1. Listen with undivided attention. Heaven itself has pressed pause on your life so that you would hear this message. You are not here by accident, nor by a random scroll on a screen. This moment was marked before you even drew your first breath. The warning trumpet of God is sounding across the nations, and it is sounding directly into your spirit. It is a call to awaken, a call to prepare, a call to stand firm. In a time when sudden lockdowns, both physical and spiritual, will shake the earth. You feel it already. The air is thick with a sense of urgency. Plans collapse without warning. Doors once open slam shut, and people are left scrambling, asking, what is happening to our world? Yet you, chosen one, are not left without direction. You have been warned before others even sense the shift. You have been told of this shaking now, and this is why the Spirit arrests your attention even now. Do not think of this lockdown as merely governments issuing decrees or cities being silenced. No, this is deeper. It is a spiritual lockdown that seals destinies, closes chapters, and draws a line in the sand. The same way Noah entered the ark and God himself shut the door. There is coming a time when choices will no longer be open-ended. Doors of grace will close, and those who laughed at you will suddenly weep for the oil they never carried. You may wonder, why me? Why must I hear this? Because you are chosen. You are not like the rest. Others scroll past this message, but your spirit trembles inside because you know this is not coincidence. This is divine intervention. You are at the crossroads of destiny, and God is placing a trumpet in your ear, saying, do not delay, do not wonder, do not ignore. Oh, look back at your life. Chosen one, every tear you shed in silence, every betrayal that broke your heart, every rejection that left you feeling like an outcast, those were not wasted. They were signs marking you as different. Heaven has been preparing you for a time when the world would descend into confusion and fear. You survived battles that should have destroyed you because your life was never yours to begin with. You are marked, sealed, and destined for such a time as this. Listen carefully. The sudden lockdown is not designed to crush you, but to position you. When the world panics, you will hear God's whisper. When others run in circles, you will walk a straight path. When doors slam in faces, you will find a hidden door only revealed to the faithful. This is why your obedience cannot wait another day. Delay is dangerous. Procrastination is poison. Every moment you hesitate gives darkness an opportunity to advance. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 4, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and your staff. They comfort me. Chosen one, this lockdown may look like a valley of shadows, but do not be deceived. Fear is the enemy's tool to paralyze you, but God's presence is the rod that guides you and the staff that defends you. You will not be left abandoned. You will not be swallowed by despair. You will pass through this valley carrying the light that darkness cannot comprehend. Let me speak plainly. There are forces assigned to silence your voice, to lock down your destiny, and to keep you in chains of confusion. But they have underestimated the one who called you. You carry a fire that cannot be extinguished. You carry oil that cannot be stolen. You carry a divine mark that tells the enemy, this one is untouchable. No, think of Noah again. People mocked him as he built in obedience. They laughed. They ridiculed. They dismissed his warnings. Yet the day came when the rain fell and the doors were sealed. In the same way, people around you may call you too intense, too spiritual, or too serious. But soon the silence of their voices will testify to the truth you carried. This is why you cannot compromise, cannot water down your calling, cannot live half awake. You are called to prepare, to sound the alarm, to stand as a lighthouse in a storm. Do not be fooled by false comfort. This world promises stability, yet delivers sudden collapse. Systems you thought were unshakable will crumble overnight. Institutions will close. Markets will freeze. Voices of authority will be silenced. But you, chosen one, will remain standing. Why? Because your foundation is not built on sand, but on the rock that never moves. Here is your challenge. Do not keep this word to yourself. A trumpet blast is never meant for one ear. It is meant to awaken the multitude. If this word resonates in your spirit, let it echo beyond you. Share it. Spread it. Become a messenger of urgency. Do not hide the light God has given you. Someone's destiny may depend on you sounding the alarm today. And yes, this moment is a divine test. God is asking, will you rise as the watchman, or will you shrink back into silence? Will you obey the warning, or will you join the crowd in slumber? This is why you are called a chosen one, because your answer must be different from theirs. You are not here to blend in. You are here to carry the flame. So, beloved chosen one, let your response be bold. Stand firm. Take courage. And as a prophetic act of faith, declare it openly. Comment below the number 777, a sign of divine completion and covenant, to mark your obedience to this word. By doing so, you align your spirit with heaven's warning and declare that you will not be caught unprepared. Your trumpet has sounded. Now is the hour. The lockdown will not destroy you, it will reveal you. Chosen one. The shaking of nations is not a distant story. It is the very reality you are beginning to live in. You look at the news and you see wars breaking out, alliances breaking down, economies trembling, and leaders stumbling in confusion. None of this is random. The Spirit already whispered it long ago. Everything that can be shaken will be shaken, so that only what cannot be shaken will remain. And here you are, standing in the middle of prophecies unfolding. What you sense in your spirit, the tension, the unrest, the constant uncertainty, is the sound of God's hand rearranging the earth. Governments are being tested. Kingdoms are being humbled. And systems that once looked indestructible are suddenly fragile. The mighty are falling, and the lowly are rising. But for you, chosen one, this shaking is not meant to crush you. It is meant to awaken you, refine you, and set you apart. You must see clearly, when nations shake, it is never without spiritual purpose. Just as the plagues of Egypt revealed the weakness of idols, so too the current shaking reveals the emptiness of human pride. Many trusted in wealth, in politics, in technology, in systems that promised safety. But the lockdowns and collapses remind all that man is not in control. God is. He raises up kings and he brings them low. He shakes kingdoms, not to amuse himself, but to call his chosen out of slumber. This is why you must not be afraid when you see chaos. To the unprepared, it looks like the end, but to the chosen, it is the sign of new beginnings. The birth of a child is always preceded by labor pains, and the birth of a new era always comes with the shaking of the old. Nations are convulsing because heaven is rearranging the stage. The kingdoms of this world are about to give way to the kingdom of God. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, saying, Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 9, See, I will stir up Babylon. An alliance from the north will rise. They take their stand against her. From the north she is captured. These words echo through history and into your present moment. Nations are stirred. Alliances rise and fall, and the plans of men collapse. Not because of chance, but because heaven is orchestrating a divine reset. Chosen one, you have felt this stirring inside of you for some time. You have noticed how quickly things change now, how fast the world shifts from calm to crisis. One moment there is peace. The next there is sudden lockdown, sudden silence, sudden fear. Yet within your heart, you know there is more to this than headlines. You can discern the hand of God shaking idols, tearing down false altars, and summoning his chosen into position. Consider how fragile the systems of this world are. One virus, one decree, one financial collapse, and the noise of nations is silenced. Crowded streets become empty. Mighty economies freeze. People who thought they were strong suddenly discover their weakness. The world trembles at what is temporary. But you, chosen one, must anchor yourself in what is eternal. When the nations shake, people will search for answers. They will look for leaders who can promise stability. They will hunger for voices that bring peace. And this is where you are called to rise. You are not simply a bystander in the collapse. You are a vessel of hope in the midst of despair. Others may faint in fear, but your voice must carry faith. Others may run in panic, but your steps must walk in peace. Do not misunderstand. The shaking will not be comfortable. It will touch your life too. You may feel the ripples in your home, in your work, in your community. But even as things tremble around you, your foundation will stand, because your faith is not built on governments, not on banks, not on systems. It is built on the rock of ages. When everything collapses, you will still be standing. Think of Daniel in Babylon. Nations shook. Kings rose and fell. Decrees changed overnight. Yet Daniel remained unshaken because his allegiance was not to Babylon but to heaven. You, chosen one, are in the same position. You live among nations that tremble, but you are marked by a kingdom that cannot be shaken. Your assignment is not to be swallowed by fear, but to carry the light of truth in a darkened world. You may feel small, insignificant compared to the scale of what is happening globally, but understand this: when nations shake, God always looks for individuals who will stand as pillars. Moses stood before Pharaoh. Elijah stood on Mount Carmel. Esther stood before the king. One chosen vessel can shift the destiny of a people. You, too, are called to stand in this hour. Do not despise your role, however small it may seem. Heaven sees it as significant. Chosen one. Hear this clearly. Sudden lockdowns are not just political strategies. They are prophetic signs. They remind humanity of how fragile its control really is. They strip away the illusion of freedom and expose the truth that without God, man is powerless. But for those who belong to Him, these lockdowns are opportunities to hear His voice without distraction, to seek His presence in silence, to rise with clarity when the noise of the world is muted. Do not waste the shaking. Many will spend this time complaining, panicking, or searching for escape. But you must use it as a refining fire. The shaking exposes what you have been leaning on. If you leaned on money, you will feel its collapse. If you leaned on popularity, you will feel the emptiness of silence. But if you lean on God, the shaking will only prove His strength. You are being trained in the midst of chaos. You are being purified while the nations tremble. This is why your trials have been so intense lately, because heaven is shaping you into a vessel fit for such a time as this. Others are blinded by fear, but your eyes are being sharpened to see clearly. Others are paralyzed, but you are being equipped to move with precision. Take courage. Beloved, the shaking of nations is not the end. It is the preparation. It is God's trumpet sounding through the earth, saying, "Return to me." The sudden lockdowns, the unrest, the confusion, they are not coincidences. They are divine alarms. And you, chosen one, are not caught off guard because you were warned. Lift your head. Do not tremble as others do. Do not collapse under the weight of fear. Stand tall, knowing you are anchored in the unshakable kingdom. For when the dust settles, when the shaking subsides, it will be the chosen ones who rise with authority, carrying answers the world desperately craves. This is your moment of preparation. Nations shake, but you will not. The ground quakes, but you are secure. The voices of confusion rise, but your spirit hears the whisper of God, and that whisper will guide you through every lockdown, every shaking, every storm, until the kingdom that cannot be moved fully manifests in you. Chosen one, the walls are closing in. You feel it in your spirit, even before your eyes can fully see it. The world is tightening. Opportunities that once seemed endless are now restricted. Doors that once swung wide are beginning to shut. This is no ordinary season. It is a divine contraction. Just as a mother in labor feels the tightening of her womb before the child emerges, so too the earth is groaning and pressing in. The atmosphere is shifting. Boundaries are drawing closer, and the margin for delay is disappearing. You have noticed it already. Friendships you once leaned on are fading. Spaces where you once felt comfortable are no longer open. Activities you once enjoyed now feel meaningless. This is the Spirit of God closing in the walls, not to trap you, but to protect you. Just as Noah was sealed inside the ark by the very hand of God, you too are being enclosed, not by fear, but by divine design. The walls closing in are a sign that the window of mercy is narrowing. It is not meant to terrify you, but to awaken you. Heaven is saying, the time for hesitation has ended. No longer can you dance between two opinions. No longer can you delay obedience. No longer can you treat your calling casually. The pressure you feel is not punishment, it is preparation. God is removing your exits so that you are forced to walk the path of destiny. Do not despise this closing. Do not resist it. For what feels like limitation is actually preservation. If Noah had run out of the ark because he felt trapped, he would have drowned with the rest of the world. But he stayed inside the walls, and those walls became his salvation. In the same way, you may feel confined now, but those confinements are your covering. The Spirit is pulling you away from distractions, locking you in with His presence, and teaching you to rely on His voice alone. It was proclaimed in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow Him. But if Baal is God, follow him. The prophet Elijah's words thunder across time and echo into your heart today. The walls closing in are God's way of saying, choose now. Follow Him without compromise. The wavering must end. Chosen one. The enemy will try to convince you that these closing walls are a curse. He will whisper, look at what you've lost. Look at how restricted you've become. Look at how small your world feels. But you must reject his lies. What you have lost were never blessings, they were distractions. What has been removed was never meant to carry you. It was weighing you down. The narrowing is not destruction. It is direction. Think of the Israelites at the Red Sea. Behind them was Pharaoh's army. Before them the water. The walls were closing in. To the natural eye, it looked like doom, but to the chosen, it was a setup for deliverance. God Himself made the path by splitting the sea. Sometimes the walls must close, so that you will finally stop running to your own solutions and witness the miraculous hand of God. The Spirit is telling you now, stop trying to squeeze back into places that can no longer contain you. The friendships that walked away did so by divine instruction. The job that ended closed because God had more for you. The opportunities that disappeared were never aligned with your destiny. Every wall that closes is God's hand guiding you into His greater plan. I know. Chosen one. It feels lonely. When walls close in, isolation often follows. People misunderstand you. They say you are too serious, too spiritual, too distant. They cannot see what you see. They cannot feel what you feel. But remember, Noah was misunderstood until the rain fell. Elijah was mocked until fire came down from heaven. You, too, will be justified in time. But for now, you must remain faithful in the narrowing. And here lies a holy mystery. Walls closing in on you mean walls closing out the enemy. What presses against you is also blocking what could destroy you. The same hedge that surrounds you in pressure is the same wall that shields you from destruction. If only your eyes could see what is being kept from you, the accidents, the betrayals, the counterfeit blessings, you would thank God for every wall that has closed. Chosen one. This lockdown of destiny is not against you. It is for you. Embrace the narrowing. Trust the process. Endure the pressing. For soon, the walls will not crush you. They will deliver you into a new season of freedom that cannot be shaken. And now, as a prophetic act of faith, I invite you to comment, no turning back. These 3 words may look simple, but in the Spirit, they are a battle cry. By declaring this, you are telling heaven and hell alike, I refuse to run to what God has already closed. I refuse to look back at Egypt when He is calling me into the promised land. I will not waste my life wavering. I will walk the narrow road. End quote. Why is this declaration powerful? Because the enemy feeds on hesitation. He thrives on your doubt. But when you write, No turning back. You strip him of that power. You cut off every retreat route. You nail your destiny to the cross of obedience. And the moment you do, strength will rise inside of you. Clarity will sharpen in your spirit. And courage will overtake your fear. Chosen one, let your words become your witness. Heaven records your declaration. The same angels that sealed Noah's ark will seal your life when you choose forward motion. So say it boldly. Say it as one who refuses to waver. Say it as one who embraces the narrowing as a gift, not a curse. Hold fast. Beloved, the walls may feel tight, but they are holy walls. The pressure may feel unbearable, but it is birthing glory. The confinement may feel endless, but it is shaping eternal purpose. Stay inside the ark. Stay within his will. Stay under his hand. For soon, the very walls that press you today will testify tomorrow that you were chosen and preserved for his glory. Chosen one, do you see what is happening? The ark is being prepared once more, not of wood and pitch, but of spiritual protection. Just as Noah built under divine instruction while the world laughed at him, you are being led into a hidden place of safety. The sudden lockdown is not only a sign of restriction, but also of preservation. God is hiding his chosen ones before the flood of chaos fully rises. You may have wondered why lately you feel separated. Why? The conversations that used to feed you now drain you. Why the invitations that once excited you now feel hollow. This is not coincidence. It is the Spirit of God calling you into the ark. He is removing the noise so that you can hear his voice clearly. He is isolating you not to punish you, but to protect and position you. When Noah entered the ark, it was not because he was fearful. It was because he was obedient. The same instruction is being whispered to your spirit now. Come inside before the storm. The world mocks such urgency. They say, "Where is this judgment? Where is this danger?" But the chosen hear differently. They sense the approaching flood even before a drop of rain touches the ground. Think carefully. Beloved, an ark is not a comfortable place. It is tight. It smells of animals. It is confining. Yet inside, there is safety. While outside, destruction reigns. This is the paradox of God's protection. What feels restrictive to your flesh is preservation to your soul. The sudden lockdown of your plans, the narrowing of your circle, the limiting of your opportunities, these are the beams and planks of your ark. What others call loss, heaven calls protection. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 10, the name of the Lord is a fortified tower. The righteous run to it and are safe. The ark is not a physical structure for you. It is the very name and presence of the Lord. While the world scrambles for strategies, you run into his name. And there you are untouchable. Chosen one. Understand this clearly. God is not merely giving you shelter. He is making you the shelter. Your life becomes an ark for others. When fear rises, they will look to you for calm. When chaos spreads, they will come to you for wisdom. When despair chokes them, they will come near your light. The same Spirit that sealed Noah inside the ark will seal you in such a way that those around you cannot help but notice the covering upon your life. But this also means you cannot afford compromise. If Noah had left one crack in the ark, the waters would have seeped in. In the same way, you must guard your obedience. A single act of rebellion, A single willful compromise can open the door for the flood to touch what God meant to preserve. This is why He is tightening you, correcting you, refining you, because He desires no breach in your covering. Think of it. The ark had only one door, and God Himself shut it. There is a mystery here. The time will come when the door is sealed, when mercy halts, when no pleading will open what God has closed. That is why He warns you now. You are being called in before the rain, before the flood, before the panic. Others may delay, but you cannot. Others may laugh, but you must obey. The sudden lockdown, though frightening to the world, is a message to you. Enter the ark. Withdraw into His presence. Close your ears to the noise. Let the Spirit fill the cracks in your faith. Let the Word become your walls. Do not resist the confinement, for it is your salvation. I know it is hard. Your flesh craves freedom, expansion, interaction. You feel restless, wondering why your world seems smaller. But in truth, heaven is enlarging you within. The ark is not about outward comfort, but inward growth. Inside that place of restriction, you will discover revelation that you never would have found in the noise. Inside, you will learn intimacy. Inside, you will cultivate trust. And remember this, the ark is not forever. It is a season. Noah did not live the rest of his life shut in the ark. He lived there for a time until the waters receded, until a new world was revealed. The same will be true for you. This confinement, this narrowing, this lockdown, it will not be permanent. It will carry you through the storm into a land of promise. Chosen one, do not waste your ark season. Many will waste it by grumbling, by longing for what was lost, by resenting the confinement. But you must embrace it as holy. Use this time to strengthen your faith, sharpen your discernment, cleanse your spirit, and prepare for what is to come. The storm outside is not the end, it is the transition, and the ark is your bridge to the other side. Let your heart rest. You are not abandoned. You are hidden. You are not forgotten. You are preserved. The sudden lockdown is not against you, but for you. It is the loving hand of God pulling you away from what would drown you. And though you may not see the full picture now, soon you will thank Him for every door He closed, every exit He blocked, every wall He built around you. Stay inside the ark, chosen one, for though the rain may fall and the flood may rise, you will emerge, not drowned, but delivered. And when the door opens again, you will step into a world made new, carrying the mark of one who has been preserved by the hand of the Almighty. Chosen one. It is time for the false comforts to be stripped away. You have leaned on them long enough, thinking they would sustain you. But now, as the shaking intensifies, you see how fragile they really are. Money, entertainment, shallow friendships, fleeting recognition like shadows at sunset. They vanish when the true night arrives. God, in His mercy, is exposing the false pillows where you once laid your head, so that you may rest only on His eternal strength. Think of the child who clutches a broken toy, convinced it is treasure. The parent gently removes it, even as the child cries, because the parent knows it can no longer serve its purpose. In the same way, your Father is removing your broken comforts, though you may grieve them. But when your hands are finally empty, He will fill them with what truly lasts. This is why sudden lockdowns feel painful to many. They strip away the illusions. Parties fall silent. Careers collapse. Dreams shatter. And what people trusted in disappears like mist. Yet for you, chosen one, this is not cruelty, it is cleansing. God is not taking from you to harm you. He is clearing your table to make room for the bread of heaven. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 27, verse 1. The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life, of whom shall I be afraid? When every other source of light flickers out, His light remains. When every fortress collapses, His stronghold endures. That is why your comfort must be rooted in Him alone. Chosen one, do not despise this stripping. Imagine a surgeon removing infection. It is not pleasant, but it is life-saving. Imagine a gardener pruning branches. It feels harsh, but it prepares for fruit. The same way, God cuts away false securities so that your soul can grow strong. And while you are hearing this word, let me speak from my heart to yours. These messages are not crafted to entertain you. They are poured out to feed your spirit. Like manna in the wilderness, they are daily bread for the journey. And just as the Israelites had to gather manna faithfully, so too this work requires faithful gathering, your support, your sharing, your spreading. If this message has spoken to you, if you feel the Spirit nudging you, then I invite you in sincerity, help carry this light further. When you like these words, it is as if you add another candle to the flame, helping the glow reach farther into the night. When you share, you are like Noah sounding the warning to his neighbors, giving them a chance to hear before the flood comes. When you subscribe, you are stepping into the ark with a family of believers who are preparing together for what is coming. And yes, there is another layer. If the Spirit so moves you, you may even donate her, not out of obligation, but as a seed. Think of it like planting wheat in a famine. Your contribution becomes bread for someone else. Spiritual food that reaches hearts you will never meet, but that heaven counts. It is not about the size of the gift, but the sincerity of the heart. Every seed sustains the ark, keeping the lamps burning in this time of darkness. Chosen one, I do not say this to pressure you, but to paint the truth. Ministry is like building an ark. It takes wood, labor, time, and sacrifice. Each act of support, whether a like, a share, a subscription, or a gift, becomes another plank in the ark, another nail in the structure, another seal of protection. Together, we are building a vessel that carries hope through the flood of fear sweeping this world. But let us return to the matter of false comforts. Do you see how they melt away under pressure? A career that consumed decades can end with a single announcement. A relationship that seemed unbreakable can dissolve overnight. A habit that promised relief soon chains you in addiction. The world's comforts are sugar water. They give a quick sweetness but leave you emptier than before. God is jealous for your heart. He knows you cannot enter the ark weighed down with idols. That is why He strips them away now, so that when the door shuts, you are not left clinging to what cannot save you. The sooner you release them, the freer you will be. Think of Lot's wife. She looked back longingly at the false comfort of Sodom, and it turned her into a pillar of salt. That is the danger of clinging to what God has already destroyed. Do not look back. Chosen one, do not mourn what He has removed. Instead, Lift your eyes to the hills, where your true help comes from. This is the essence of trust, letting go of what is visible, so you may hold what is invisible. The ark is not built from comfort, it is built from faith. Your survival will not depend on entertainment or popularity or possessions. It will depend on obedience, prayer, and the unshakable word of God. I urge you to take stock of your heart. What false comfort has God been pointing out? Is it a reliance on wealth? Is it the need for approval? Is it the escape of distraction? Whatever it is, surrender it, for the flood is near, and only the ark will stand. And remember, you are not alone in this stripping. Every chosen one walks through the same fire. Together, we encourage one another. Together, we remind one another of the true source of strength. That is why this community matters, because while the world clings to shadows, we cling to the light. Beloved, the false comforts are fading, but the true comforter remains. The Spirit of God is with you, even now, whispering peace into your storm. Let him fill the void that false idols left behind. Let him become your stronghold, your fortress, your song in the night. And as you continue this journey, know that every act of support you give to this work, whether through sharing, subscribing, or sowing, helps spread the very comfort of God to countless others. It is more than engagement. It is ministry. It is more than generosity. It is obedience. You are helping to build the ark not just for yourself, but for many. So let the false comforts fall. Let the illusions fade. Embrace the stripping as a sign of God's fierce love, and walk boldly into the ark, knowing that what he is removing is nothing compared to what he is preparing. Chosen one, pause and listen within your spirit. You have been brought into a prophetic pause, a divine stillness that demands your attention. This is not an accident, not coincidence, not the algorithm. It is the hand of God halting your steps. Everything around you may seem to slow down. Opportunities you expected are delayed. Conversations you anticipated never happen. And even your own energy feels like it has been placed in suspension. Do not be alarmed. This pause is sacred. You see, the world despises silence. It fills every moment with noise, distraction, and activity. But the Spirit of God often speaks in whispers, not shouts. And in order for you to hear him, he sometimes must shut down the volume of your surroundings. The sudden lockdowns you experience, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, are God's way of stilling the storm around you, so you can finally hear his voice. Think of the prophet Elijah. He stood on the mountain, and the wind tore through the rocks. But God was not in the wind. An earthquake shook the ground. But God was not in the earthquake. A fire blazed. But God was not in the fire. Then came a gentle whisper, and there was the voice of the Almighty. In the same way, your pause is designed so that the gentle whisper can pierce your soul. Chosen one, do not mistake the pause for abandonment. Silence is not absence. Quietness is not neglect. On the contrary, this pause is proof of intimacy. God is pulling you away from the chaos to share secrets. He does not give to the crowd. When you feel the world has forgotten you, that is often when heaven is speaking most clearly. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. For the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. These ancient words remind you that though everything pauses, God's presence does not. His nearness is your guarantee. Do you realize what is happening? The pause is not punishment, but positioning. You are being aligned, like an arrow pulled back in silence before release. You are being drawn into tension, not to harm you, but to launch you farther than you ever imagined. The longer the pullback, the greater the distance. That is what this prophetic pause is doing. It is stretching you for greater impact. Yet I know what you feel. The waiting is heavy. The stillness feels unbearable. You want to move, to act, to progress. But sometimes the holiest thing you can do is wait. The ark was sealed shut before the rain even fell, and Noah had to wait inside until God moved. Israel waited at the Red Sea before the waters split. The disciples waited in the upper room until fire descended. Every great move of God begins with a pause. Chosen one. The pause is a test. Will you grow restless and break out of the ark before the storm? Will you doubt and step into the waters before they part? Or will you stay still, trusting that the one who promised is faithful? The way you respond to this pause will determine the strength you carry into the next season. Your pause may feel like delay, but in heaven's calendar, it is preparation. Every pause purifies. It reveals what you lean on, what you run to, and who you trust. In silence, idols are exposed. In stillness, false voices are silenced. In waiting, your heart is laid bare. God is not punishing you. He is pruning you. And here is the truth you must embrace. The pause is prophetic. It means something bigger is approaching. The silence before the trumpet, the stillness before the earthquake, the breath before the storm. When God pauses you, it is because He is about to release something that will change everything. Chosen one. I urge you, do not resist this pause. Do not fill it with empty noise. Do not rush to escape it. Instead, sink into it. Pray more deeply. Listen more carefully. Rest more fully. Let the Spirit whisper things into you that can only be heard in silence. For soon, when the pause breaks, you will wish you had leaned into it more. Now, as a prophetic act, I invite you to seal this word with a declaration. Comment below the number 444. Why 444? Because it is a sign of divine alignment and stability, a reminder that you are being positioned on a firm foundation, even in the midst of silence. When you type 444, you are saying, I accept the pause. I embrace the positioning. I trust the process. I do not see this simply as typing numbers. It is an act of faith, like writing your name on a covenant. It is a mark in the spirit realm, declaring that you will not break out of the ark prematurely. You will not despise the stillness. You will wait until the trumpet sounds, until the door opens, until the fire falls. Your declaration plants your feet firmly in patience, so that when the pause ends, you are ready. Think of it this way. When you comment 444, it is like building a memorial stone. The way Joshua commanded Israel after crossing the Jordan, each stone was a reminder to future generations of God's faithfulness. Your comment becomes a marker of faith, not only for yourself, but also for others who see it and realize they, too, are not waiting alone. Chosen one. The pause is your friend, not your enemy. The lockdown of noise is a gift, not a curse. It is God whispering, "Stay close. I am about to move." So rest, trust, listen, because soon the silence will break. And when it does, you will rise like an arrow released, flying farther than you ever thought possible. Chosen one. There has been a weight pressing against your life for years, a resistance that seemed to keep you circling the same mountains, delaying the fulfillment of promises you knew God had spoken over you. This weight has worn the name of delay. But now, heaven announces something different. The spirit of delay is being broken. What chained your feet is snapping. What tangled your path is unraveling. And what kept you stuck in endless cycles is coming to an end. Delay is a cruel thief. It whispers that tomorrow will always come, that there will always be more time, that you can postpone obedience. It promises that the right moment will eventually appear. But in truth, it drains you of strength and robs you of momentum. Many destinies have been buried in the soil of delay, not because the promise wasn't real, but because the chosen one grew weary of waiting and surrendered the fight. That is why this breaking is so crucial, because your purpose cannot remain locked behind delay. You have felt this battle personally. Every time you moved forward, something pulled you back. Every time you gained momentum, the ground beneath your feet shifted. Doors opened. But just as you reached them, they slammed shut. Relationships began, only to wither without cause. Opportunities glittered, then disappeared. To the natural eye, it looked like coincidence. But in the spirit, it was an assignment delay sent to keep you trapped in cycles of almost, but not yet. But hear this, the cycle is breaking. The walls of delay are crumbling. The same hand that parted the Red Sea, the same power that rolled away the stone from the tomb, is tearing through the bars of your postponement. The reason you are hearing this now is because heaven has scheduled your release. Delay is no longer your portion. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 2, "I tell you, now is the time of God's favor. Now is the day of salvation. Not tomorrow, not someday now." The enemy thrives on convincing you to push obedience into tomorrow. But the Spirit of God declares, today is the moment. This is the hour. The breaking of delay begins when you align with heaven's now. Chosen one. Reflect on how delay has tried to shape your story. Think of the nights you lay awake, wondering why answers had not come, why prayers lingered in silence, why visions tarried. Think of the frustration when you compared your journey to others and saw them racing ahead while you remained in the waiting room. All of these moments carried the fingerprints of delay, yet God preserved you through them, not to crush you, but to strengthen your spirit for the breaking you now stand in. Delay is not always the enemy's doing. Sometimes, God allows pauses to prepare the vessel. Consider Joseph. His dream was real, but delay trained him for leadership. Consider David. His anointing was genuine, but delay built his character before the crown. Consider even Jesus, who waited 30 years before 3 years of ministry. Delay is a furnace that burns away immaturity, teaching patience, sharpening discernment, and deepening dependence. But there is a difference between divine timing and demonic delay. Divine timing matures you, but demonic delay drains you. Divine timing is purposeful, but demonic delay is aimless. Divine timing births fruit, but demonic delay breeds frustration. The Spirit is making that distinction clear in your life right now. What God meant for timing has already served its purpose. What the enemy meant for delay is being shattered. You will not circle this mountain again. Chosen one. Notice what happens as delay breaks. Momentum begins to accelerate. What took years suddenly unfolds in days. What seemed impossible suddenly becomes simple. The resistance you once felt in prayer lifts, and the words flow like rivers. Opportunities that were locked begin to open without you knocking. Even relationships shift. People who were absent suddenly return, and new allies appear out of nowhere. This is not coincidence, it is breakthrough. Think of Peter in prison, bound by chains, guarded by soldiers. He seemed destined to remain, but in the night, an angel struck his side. The chains fell off, and the iron gate opened by itself. That is the image of your life right now, the chains of delay falling, the gates opening, the path clearing. Where you once needed to strive, you will now simply walk, because heaven itself has intervened. But here lies a warning. When delay breaks, you must move. It is dangerous to remain still when the path has opened. Imagine Peter staying in the prison. After the chains fell, he would have been free, yet still bound by choice. The same risk lies before you. When God says, "Move now," you cannot afford to linger. Obedience must be swift. You may feel fear. You may wonder if the timing is truly right. But remember, fear is a shadow. It has no substance. The path before you may look narrow, but it is secure. The doors before you may look fragile, but they are divine. Trust the breaking and walk boldly. Chosen one. You have waited long enough. You have prayed long enough. You have endured long enough. Heaven says, the wait is over. Delay has lost its grip. The spirit that chained your destiny to endless circles has been silenced. This is your season to rise, to build, to act, to walk in obedience without hesitation. Do not be surprised if the enemy tries to whisper otherwise. He will remind you of past disappointments, pointing to times when things failed. He will try to convince you that nothing has changed, but you must answer him with faith. That was then. This is now. What failed in the past was under the shadow of delay. But this new season carries the light of release. Look around you carefully. Signs of acceleration are already appearing. What used to take months is happening in weeks. What used to be blocked is suddenly open. You are stepping into a time where heaven is breathing on your efforts, multiplying your strength, and amplifying your obedience. The years the locusts devoured are being restored, and you will carry more fruit in this short season than you did in years of striving. Beloved, let hope rise again. Do not measure the future by the pain of the past. Delay is broken. The cycle is ended, and the door is open. You are not who you were in the waiting. You are stronger, wiser, sharper. The pause did not waste you. It prepared you. And now, as the spirit of delay shatters, you are stepping into the fulfillment you were always destined for. Stand tall. Chosen one. Lift your eyes. Walk forward. For the chains of delay lie broken behind you, and before you stretches the path of promise, glowing with the light of heavens. Now, Chosen one. The realm you walk in is not only physical but deeply spiritual. While your eyes see ordinary life streets, people, tasks, your spirit is surrounded by movements unseen. Armies marching in silence. Battles raging beyond human perception. Angels are on assignment, dispatched by the command of God Himself, moving swiftly to guard, to guide, to intervene on behalf of those sealed by His name. You are not alone. Even in your loneliest nights, you are never abandoned, for heaven's warriors encamp around you. Do you remember the servant of Elisha? His natural eyes saw the Syrian army, vast and threatening, and fear consumed him. But the prophet prayed, "Lord, open his eyes that he may see." And suddenly the servant beheld chariots of fire, angelic hosts surrounding them on the mountains. The truth had always been there, he just could not perceive it until his eyes were opened. In the same way, you are surrounded right now. You may feel outnumbered, but the reality is, those with you are greater than those against you. The ancient words recorded in Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11 declare, "For He will command His angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." This is not poetry, it is promise. It is covenant. It is the reality you live in, whether you feel it or not. Chosen one. The enemy has plotted against you countless times. If you could see the snares laid at your feet, the traps dug in your path, you would tremble. Yet you are still here. Why? Because angels intervened. Accidents you narrowly escaped were not chance. They were intervention. Opportunities that slipped away were not loss. They were protection. Even the sleepless nights when you felt warfare pressing in, angels stood at your door, swords drawn, guarding your spirit while you rested. You may think, "But I did not see them." You do not need to see them to be preserved by them. The air you breathe is invisible, yet it sustains you. In the same way, angelic assignment is unseen, yet indispensable. Heaven's hosts move faster than sight, beyond the limits of human awareness. Their presence is not for display, it is for deliverance. And these assignments are not random. Every chosen one carries a seal, a mark that signals to heaven, "Guard this one." When God calls you His own, He also commissions protection over your life. These guardians are not weak. They are mighty. Scripture describes them as flames of fire, messengers swift as the wind, warriors who excel in strength. You may see yourself as fragile, but you are accompanied by beings who have never known defeat. But here is the mystery. Beloved, angelic presence often intensifies during seasons of shaking, when the walls close in, when nations tremble, when lockdowns descend. The activity of heaven increases. Why? Because the enemy grows bold in chaos. But God raises His defense even higher. You are being shielded, not just from what you see, but from countless unseen arrows that never reach you. Think of Daniel in the lion's den. The king sealed him in, and to human eyes, it was certain death. Yet Daniel testified, "My God sent His angel, and He shut the mouths of the lions." The beasts did not change, their hunger did not diminish, but the angel stood between predator and prey, and Daniel emerged untouched. This is the reality you live in. Lions still roar around you, but their mouths are restrained by invisible guardians. Chosen one, you must learn to live with awareness. not fear of the enemy, but confidence in heaven's backup. Too often, people live as if they are vulnerable, exposed, alone. But your footsteps are watched over. Your nights are encircled. Your journey is secured. When you rise in the morning, you are not rising alone. When you walk into danger, you are not unaccompanied. Even in despair, you are carried by wings unseen. And do not think angels are only guardians. They are also messengers. They whisper divine encouragement, strengthen your spirit in weakness, and even bring strategy in times of confusion. Consider Joseph, warned by an angel in a dream to flee with Mary and the child. That single intervention preserved the life of the Savior. Consider Elijah, weary in the wilderness, strengthened by bread delivered through angelic hands. Consider even Jesus, who in Gethsemane was ministered to by angels as he prepared for the cross. You, too, are not exempt from such care. Chosen one. Remember this truth. Angelic presence does not make you invincible by your own strength, but it confirms your invincibility under God's command. You cannot control their movement. They obey only the voice of the Almighty. But you can align yourself under His covering, ensuring their assignment remains active. Obedience keeps the hedge intact. Rebellion opens cracks in your wall. That is why you must walk carefully, soberly, knowing heaven watches not only your steps, but also your choices. Sometimes, you will feel their nearness, an unexplainable peace in danger, a sudden calm in chaos, an inner assurance that defies reason. Other times, you will not feel a thing. But faith is not about sensation, it is about trust. Trust that God is true to His word, and His angels are true to their charge. This should embolden you. Chosen one. You are not fragile prey in a hostile world. You are a guarded vessel of destiny. Your assignment is too critical to be left unshielded. The flood may rise, the storm may howl, but your ark is encircled by fire. The arrows may fly, but they are intercepted mid-air. The lions may roar, but their jaws remain locked. Do not live timidly. Do not shrink back in fear. The awareness of angelic assignment is not to make you arrogant, but to make you courageous. Walk boldly into your calling, knowing that though you may appear alone, heaven's army marches at your side. And yet, chosen one, let humility ground you. Angels are mighty, but they are servants of the Most High, not objects of worship. Do not turn your gaze to them, but through them, to the God who commands them. The same Lord who spoke stars into existence speaks to His angels on your behalf. Their presence is proof not of your greatness, but of His faithfulness. So take courage. The night may grow darker, but the fire of their swords glows brighter. The enemy may plot harder, but the guardians tighten their circle. The road ahead may feel uncertain, but your steps are guided, guarded, and guaranteed. Rest tonight. Beloved, you are not unprotected. You are surrounded. You are not forgotten. You are defended. You are not weak. You are accompanied by strength that does not fail. Angels are on assignment, and their charge is clear. You must make it to the destiny God has ordained. Chosen one. There is a mystery about to unfold before your eyes, the door that shuts suddenly. Not every door stays open forever. Some doors close with no warning, and when they do, no human hand can pry them open again. This is the weight of the season you are living in. You are standing before a door of mercy, a door of obedience, a door of preparation. Yet the Spirit warns, there will come a moment when that door will be sealed, and those outside will weep. You know this story already, though perhaps you have not felt its urgency until now. Noah built the ark for years, and the door remained open. People walked by, mocking, laughing, ridiculing the project. They had time, so much time that they mistook mercy for weakness. But then, in a single moment, the skies changed. The first drops of rain fell, and the hand of God shut the door. The mockers pounded against wood that would not open. The flood rose, and the chance was gone. Chosen one. Listen closely. There is a shutting door in your life. Opportunities to repent. Opportunities to obey. Opportunities to walk into calling. They may look endless, but they are not. Every delay is a risk. Every compromise, a gamble. Every rebellion, a danger. For when God shuts a door, no man can open it. It was spoken in the sacred texts of old. Genesis chapter 7, verse 16. The animals entered, male and female, as God had commanded Noah. Then the Lord shut him in. Notice carefully, Noah did not close the door. God himself did. This is why you must treat your open doors with reverence, because only heaven determines when they will close. You have felt this in smaller ways. Relationships that once flowed suddenly ended, and no amount of calls or apologies could revive them. Jobs that seemed permanent ended overnight. Plans you thought were secure collapsed in hours. These are reminders of the larger truth. When God shuts a door, it is sealed by His authority. But here is the hope. Beloved, the shutting of one door is always the preservation of another. Noah's door closed, not to punish him, but to save him. The same is true for you. When God closes something, it is never to harm you, but to preserve you from what is coming. He seals you in so that the storm cannot swallow you. Still, the warning remains. Do not play with open doors. Do not waste them. Do not mock them. The world believes the window of mercy will last forever, but eternity testifies otherwise. There is an end to wandering. There is a limit to delay. Mercy is abundant, but it is not endless. The Spirit is calling you to walk through the doors that stand open now, before the hand of heaven seals them shut. You may ask, how will I know when the door is closing? Often, it begins with a shift in atmosphere. A discomfort rises in your spirit. The things that once flowed easily suddenly meet resistance. Conversations begin to dry. Opportunities become harder to reach. A heaviness warns you, time is short. This is the Spirit nudging you, saying, move now, before it is too late. Consider the parable of the 10 virgins. The wise carried oil, the foolish carried none. The bridegroom delayed, and they all grew weary. But at midnight, the cry rang out, and the bridegroom came. The wise entered, and the door was shut. The foolish returned, pounding, crying, begging, but the door remained sealed. Jesus told this story not as history, but as prophecy. It is not about them, it is about you, chosen one. The midnight cry is near. The world scoffs at the idea, but your spirit trembles because you know it is true. You can feel the nearness of the bridegroom. You can sense the urgency of preparation. This is not the time to be half awake, half prepared, half committed. This is the time to fill your lamp, trim your wick, and be ready to move when the door begins to close. And here is where you must respond. As a prophetic declaration, I invite you to comment, "I am ready." Just 3 words. Yet they carry the weight of eternity. They are not for show, they are for alignment. By declaring, "I am ready," you tell heaven, "Seal me inside the ark when the rains come." You tell the enemy, "I will not be caught outside when the door shuts." And you tell yourself, "No more delay, no more compromise, no more wandering. I choose readiness." Why is this so important? Because readiness is not about a checklist, it is about posture. A heart turned fully toward God is a ready heart. A spirit willing to obey without hesitation is a ready spirit. Readiness means your oil is full, your faith is steady, your eyes are lifted, and when the cry comes, you will not scramble in panic, you will rise in peace. But hear me, to declare, "I am ready," is not enough unless you live it. Noah did not simply say he was ready. He built the ark plank by plank. The wise virgins did not simply say they were prepared. They carried oil daily. Readiness is proven in action. That means praying even when tired, obeying even when misunderstood, staying faithful even when others mock. The enemy will try to distract you in this season. He will whisper, "You have time. The door is still open. Enjoy yourself for now." But that is the trap of foolishness. The wise know time is precious. The wise know delay is dangerous. The wise know the door is already creaking on its hinges. And you, chosen one, are called to wisdom. Lift your eyes and see. The signs are everywhere. Nations shake. Systems collapse. Hearts grow cold. Deception multiplies. These are not random. They are the birth pangs of the closing door. Do not ignore them. Do not grow numb to them. Let them sharpen your readiness. And when the door shuts, remember this: you will not be outside. You will not be left pounding in regret. You will be sealed within, preserved by the hand of God, surrounded by His presence, kept safe in His covenant. The world will wail, but you will worship. The storm will rage, but you will rest. The door that closes to others will shield you within. So speak it, believe it, live it. I am ready. Let it be your anchor in the storm, your cry in the night, your declaration of faith. For the door is closing. Chosen one, but you will not be left behind. Chosen one. You must understand the weight of ridicule. Whenever God raises a messenger, whenever He calls someone to prepare for what others cannot yet see, mockery follows. Noah endured it as he built. Jeremiah endured it as he prophesied. Even Jesus endured it as He healed, taught, and revealed the kingdom. And you marked, sealed, chosen are not exempt. As you step into obedience, the voices of mockers will rise. They will say, "You are too intense." They will accuse you of being extreme. They will laugh at your urgency, call you dramatic, and dismiss your warnings. They may even twist your sincerity into arrogance. Do not be surprised, for the rise of mockers is not new. It is a prophetic pattern, and the very fact that you hear their laughter confirms that you are on the right path. The Apostle Peter wrote it plainly. 2 Peter chapter 3. Verse 3. Above all, you must understand, in the last days scoffers will come, scoffing and following their own desires. These words echo across centuries, reminding you that mockery is not evidence of failure, but of fulfillment. It is the sign of the times. Mockery cuts deep because it often comes from those closest to you. Friends who once walked with you, now turn aside. Family who once cheered you, now doubt you. Colleagues who once respected you, now whisper behind your back. This pain is real. It is the sting of obedience in a world that resists truth. Yet do not let it silence you. Their laughter is fleeting. Your assignment is eternal. Think of Noah again, day after day, hammering wood, sealing planks, preparing food. The sound of his work was drowned by the sound of their jokes. Yet when the skies split open and the floods rose, the sound of mocking turned into cries for help. What once made him the subject of ridicule became the very means of his salvation. This is the paradox you must embrace. What they mock today will be their answer tomorrow. Chosen one. The temptation when mocked is to withdraw, to stay silent, to blend in, to make your message softer so you will be accepted. Resist this temptation. The world does not need a muted trumpet, it needs a clear blast. You cannot dull the flame to make others comfortable when that very flame is what will light their way out of darkness. Yes, the voices are loud. Yes, their rejection wounds you. But hear me, heaven's applause is louder. Angels rejoice every time you take another step in obedience. The Father's gaze rests proudly on you as you stand firm. The Spirit strengthens you each time you choose truth over approval. You are not unseen, even when the world mocks. And now, allow me to pause and speak heart to heart. These messages are not shouted into the void, they are woven carefully, prayerfully, with the aim of reaching your spirit where it hurts, where it doubts, where it longs. They are built like lifeboats in a stormy sea. But lifeboats are not built alone. They require hands, effort, materials, and shared vision. When you like this message, you help the lifeboat stay afloat in turbulent waters, signaling others who are drowning to climb aboard. When you share, you extend your hand to another soul, pulling them from waves of despair and setting them onto safety. When you subscribe, you are not just pressing a button, you are stepping into a covenant community, boarding the ark with fellow believers who have chosen to be preserved in this hour. And if the Spirit stirs your heart, consider even to donate, not as a transaction, but as planting seeds into the soil of eternity. Think of it as oil poured into lamps during a midnight watch. Your giving becomes light for others who are stumbling in darkness. Whether the seed is large or small, heaven multiplies it, turning your act of faith into sustenance for many. I speak this gently, sincerely. Not every ear will hear, but those who know the weight of this hour will understand. Supporting this work is not about maintaining a channel, it is about fueling a trumpet, a lighthouse, an ark. Every action like, share, subscribe, donate is not just digital engagement. It is stone upon stone in a wall of preservation. A collective building of sanctuary in times of shaking. Chosen one. Never forget, mockers have their moment, but their laughter fades quickly. The floodwaters of life will test every voice, and when the storm comes, truth will stand while scoffing collapses. Your call is not to answer every critic, but to stay faithful to your hammer, to your planks, to your ark. Build steadily, obey fully, endure patiently. The day will come when the very ones who laughed will see the wisdom of your obedience. And if you grow weary, recall the cross. Crowds mocked the Savior. Soldiers jeered. Leaders sneered. Yet through the very act they ridiculed his suffering came the salvation of the world. Mockery is often the disguise of a miracle in motion. Do not let their laughter rob you of your crown. Lift your head. Chosen one. Keep building. Keep preparing. Keep shining. The mockers may rise, but so too does your reward. Their words are temporary, but your obedience echoes in eternity. And remember this always, when God vindicates you, no voice of ridicule will remain. So walk on, steady and sure. You are not defined by their laughter. You are defined by His calling. And every like, every share, every subscription, every seed sown is another testimony that you are not alone in this ark-building work. Together, we silence the mockers, not with arguments, but with faith that endures and truth that prevails. The rise of the mockers may be loud, but the rise of the chosen is louder still. Chosen one. In the midst of this shaking, there is a separation taking place, a quiet but undeniable division between those who have oil and those who do not. This is the hour of hidden oil, the supply unseen to the world, but essential for survival. It is the oil of intimacy, the oil of obedience, the oil of perseverance. And it is this oil that will mark the wise and distinguish them from the foolish. The parable of the 10 virgins is not a distant allegory. It is prophecy breathing over you now. 10 carried lamps, but only 5 carried oil in reserve. When the midnight cry sounded, all 10 woke up, but only the wise could rise with readiness. The foolish panicked, begged, scrambled, but it was too late. The door was shut, and the lack of oil exposed them. Chosen one. The Spirit is asking, do you carry hidden oil? Not just the outward glow of a lamp, not just the appearance of devotion, but the unseen reservoir within. The oil cannot be borrowed at the last moment. It cannot be faked when the darkness falls. It is either cultivated daily or it is absent entirely. Oil is intimacy. It is the secret hours you spend in prayer when no one is watching. It is the pages of Scripture you absorb in silence. It is the tears shed before God when the world does not understand you. It is the surrender of your will in moments no one celebrates. This is oil that no mocker can steal. No thief can touch. No storm can extinguish. Oil is obedience. It is doing what God asks, even when it costs. It is forgiving when your flesh wants revenge. It is blessing when you are cursed. It is standing firm when compromise would make life easier. Every act of obedience presses another drop of oil into your jar. Oil is perseverance. It is continuing to worship when your prayers seem unanswered. It is holding on when others give up. It is pressing forward when your strength is gone. Perseverance squeezes oil from your trials, turning your pain into fuel for your flame. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 21, verse 20, the wise store up choice food and olive oil, but fools gulp theirs down. This is not about literal storage, but spiritual readiness. The wise prepare in silence, the foolish consume carelessly. The wise invest in oil, the foolish squander opportunity. You must understand, beloved, that this oil is what will sustain you in the sudden lockdowns to come. When the world grows darker, it will not be your outward lamp that carries you, but the hidden oil within. Public displays of faith are not enough. Appearances will not sustain you when silence falls. It is the hidden reservoir that keeps your flame alive. Think of how easily lamps burn out. A flame without oil dies quickly, no matter how bright it once glowed. This is why many begin with fire, but end with ashes. They did not carry reserve oil. Their devotion was only surface deep. When trials pressed in, when darkness lingered, their flame sputtered. But you, chosen one, are called to carry oil that endures. Oil is costly. The foolish ask the wise to share, but the wise refuse, not out of selfishness, but out of necessity. Oil cannot be transferred in crisis. It must be cultivated beforehand. You cannot live off another's intimacy, another's obedience, another's perseverance. You must have your own. This is why your current season feels pressing. God is producing oil within you. Every trial is a crushing, every delay a pressing, every heartbreak a squeezing. Olive oil is not created by gentle touches. It is birthed through crushing weight. Likewise, your hidden oil is produced through the weight of your trials. You wonder why you endure so much, why the pressure is so intense. It is because you are destined to shine when others' flames flicker. Do not resent the crushing. Do not despise the pressing. It is birthing oil that will sustain you when others run dry. The midnight cry is near, and only those with hidden reserves will rise without panic. Chosen one, examine your lamp. Do not wait until the cry comes to realize it is empty. Now is the time to fill. Pour into prayer. Pour into word. Pour into worship. Every drop matters. The jar may look small, but in the midnight hour, it will mean everything. This hidden oil is also what terrifies darkness. A lamp burning with oil cannot be easily extinguished. The enemy may blow with all his strength, but the flame reignites because oil keeps feeding it. Your oil is your secret weapon. It makes you resilient, unshakable, unstoppable. Without oil, the enemy's breath ends your flame. With oil, his efforts are wasted. And consider this, the bridegroom is not delayed forever. His steps are nearing. His voice is calling. His arrival is certain. The only question is, will your lamp still burn when he comes? The foolish will scramble, but the wise will rise calmly. Lamps trimmed, flames steady, oil overflowing. The door will open to them, and they will enter. Beloved, do not underestimate this message. Many hear, but do not prepare. Many nod, but do not act. Do not be among them. Your oil is not optional, it is survival. You may feel unnoticed in your devotion. You may wonder if your secret prayers matter, if your hidden sacrifices count. They do. Heaven measures oil, drop by drop. What the world ignores, God treasures. Every unseen act of faith is oil stored in your jar. Hold on to this truth. The wise were not praised at the beginning, but they were rewarded at the end. Your oil may not impress people now, but it will matter most when the midnight cry sounds. So, chosen one, keep filling, keep storing, Keep pressing. When the darkness deepens, your flame will not sputter. When the cry sounds, you will not panic. When the bridegroom comes, you will not be left outside. You will rise, steady and ready, because your hidden oil has been prepared. Chosen one. There is a holy mystery unfolding in your life right now, what I call the hour of isolation. You have been pulled away from the noise, separated from the crowd, and set apart in ways you did not ask for. At first, it felt like rejection. Friends grew distant. Invitations stopped coming. Paths you once walked became closed. But this was never rejection. It was redirection. You are not being abandoned. You are being hidden. God hides his treasures before he reveals them. Moses was hidden in the basket before he led Israel out of Egypt. David was hidden in fields with sheep before he was crowned king. Even Jesus was hidden for 30 years before 3 years of world-shaking ministry. In the same way, you are in a hidden hour. The isolation you feel is the secret workshop of God, where he shapes, chisels, and prepares his chosen vessels. The prophet Elijah experienced this. After confronting Ahab, God sent him to the brook Kerith, hidden away, sustained only by water and ravens. To the world, it looked like exile, but in truth, it was preservation. God was teaching Elijah dependence, strengthening his spirit for the showdown on Mount Carmel. Without the hidden season by the brook, Elijah would not have carried the fire to confront Baal. Without your hidden season, you too will not carry the fire for your assignment. Scripture says in the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 2, "He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit, while every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes so that it will be even more fruitful." This pruning, this stripping, this isolating, it is not punishment. It is preparation for fruit you cannot yet imagine. Chosen one. Hear this. Isolation is not loneliness when you understand its purpose. It is intimacy. God is removing the voices so you can hear his voice alone. He is taking you away from the crowd so you can learn his heartbeat. He is silencing the world around you so you can discern his whisper. What feels like emptiness is actually fullness. It is the fullness of his presence. But I know what you feel. Nights when silence presses so heavily, it feels like it will crush you. Days when you wonder if anyone remembers you. Moments when you question if you are forgotten. You are not. You are remembered by heaven. You are being engraved deeper into the palm of his hand. You are being sheltered under his wings. And here is the truth you must embrace. Every chosen one goes through this hour of isolation. Joseph in prison, Daniel in the lion's den, Paul in chains, John on the island of Patmos. Each one could have mistaken their isolation for abandonment. But instead, their isolation birthed revelation. Joseph interpreted dreams in prison. Daniel encountered angelic visions. Paul wrote letters that became scripture. John saw the heavens open. Your isolation, too, will birth revelation. Do not despise it. Lean into it. If the ark feels closed, it is because the storm is near. If the brook feels lonely, it is because fire is coming. If the cave feels dark, it is because glory is being prepared. Chosen one. The hour of isolation is also a test of authenticity. Who are you when no one is watching? Do you still worship? Do you still pray? Do you still obey? Public devotion is easy when the crowd cheers, but true devotion is proven when the room is empty. Heaven watches closely in this season, not to condemn, but to refine. Understand this also: isolation is strategic. God is protecting you from voices that would corrupt your oil, from hands that would taint your purity, from paths that would distract your destiny. You are not missing out. You are being preserved. Like Noah sealed in the ark, you are being kept safe while storms gather outside. And though the silence feels heavy, there is a day when the door will open. You will emerge, not weaker, but stronger, not broken, but refined, not forgotten, but prepared. When the time is right, your hiddenness will turn into manifestation, and those who once overlooked you will marvel at the oil you carry. Chosen one, do not rush the process. Do not try to escape the ark too soon. Stay hidden until God says, "Come out." Stay in the cave until His voice commands you forward. Stay by the brook until the water dries. Your obedience in isolation determines your authority in revelation. Now I invite you, as a prophetic act, to declare your trust in this season. Comment the number 555. Why 555? Because it is a sign of grace multiplied, a reminder that even in isolation, grace surrounds you, strengthens you, and sustains you. When you write 555, you are saying, "I trust this pruning. I embrace this hiddenness. I believe grace is sufficient for me in this silence." This declaration is not small. It is faith in action. It marks you as one who does not fear isolation, but embraces it as part of destiny. It is you telling the enemy, "Your whispers of abandonment cannot deceive me. My God has hidden me for purpose, not punishment." So let the world misunderstand. Let friends drift away. Let doors close. You are not being excluded. You are being set apart. You are not in a prison. You are in a palace under construction. And when the hour of revelation comes, your isolation will prove to be the very womb of your power. Take heart, beloved. The ark is closed, but you are safe. The cave is dark, but His light burns in you. The brook is lonely, but His ravens bring sustenance. You are not forgotten. You are hidden. And when the season shifts, you will rise carrying oil, fire, and authority that only the hidden ones possess. Chosen one. Silence is not always holy. There are whispers in the dark, subtle voices that creep into the corners of your mind, sowing seeds of doubt, compromise, and despair. These whispers are not from the Spirit of God, but from the kingdom of darkness, designed to pull you off the narrow road just before your breakthrough. You know these voices. They rarely shout. Instead, they murmur in moments of weakness. What if God has forgotten you? They hiss. What if the promise was never real? What if you are wasting your time? What if compromise would give you relief? Their power lies not in their volume, but in their persistence. Whisper by whisper, they attempt to wear down your resolve until surrender feels easier than perseverance. The enemy has no new tactics. He whispered in Eden, twisting truth until Eve's perception of God shifted. He whispered in the wilderness, tempting Jesus with shortcuts to glory. He whispers still, because he knows that if he can corrupt your thinking, he can weaken your obedience. His whispers do not need to be believed in full. Even a sliver of agreement can open the door to destruction. but here lies your victory. Chosen one, you have authority to silence the whispers. You are not at their mercy. Every lie can be confronted with truth. Every deception exposed by the word. Every whisper drowned out by the voice of the shepherd. It was Jesus who said, "My sheep know my voice, and the voice of a stranger they will not follow." Your task is not to pretend the whispers do not exist, but to refuse to follow them. The Word of God declares in Ephesians chapter 6, verse 11, "Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes." This is not theory, it is strategy. The armor is given so that when whispers come, they find no entry. The belt of truth tightens around your thoughts. The shield of faith extinguishes fiery darts of suggestion. The sword of the Spirit cuts lies into pieces. Chosen one. Notice when the whispers come. Often they creep in at night, when you are weary, when silence surrounds you. They come in moments of delay, when promises seem far off. They come after disappointment, when your heart is raw and vulnerable. They come when isolation stretches long, convincing you that you are alone. Recognizing their timing is half the battle, because once exposed, they lose much of their power. Yet do not confuse every whisper with the enemy. Sometimes the Spirit speaks gently. 2. The difference lies in fruit. The Spirit's whisper brings conviction, direction, and peace. The enemy's whisper brings confusion, accusation, and fear. The Spirit's whisper draws you closer to God. The enemy's whisper pushes you toward doubt or compromise. Learn to test the voices, for not every sound in the dark carries truth. Think of Elijah in the cave. The earthquake, the fire, the wind, all powerful. Yet God was not in them. Then came a gentle whisper, and Elijah wrapped his face in reverence. God does whisper, but his whisper strengthens rather than weakens, convicts rather than condemns, calls rather than confuses. To discern his voice is to anchor your soul against all counterfeits. Chosen one. You may feel weary from the constant murmur of lies. The enemy tells you that you will fail, that you are unworthy, that your prayers mean nothing. These are not new words, they are recycled whispers. He has spoken to every chosen vessel. He told Moses he was unfit to speak, Gideon that he was too weak, Jeremiah that he was too young. Yet each of them silenced the lie with obedience. You, too, must rise in defiance. Whispers grow when entertained. The more you replay them in your mind, the louder they become, but when confronted, they scatter. Speak truth aloud when lies creep in. Declare scripture when accusation presses heavy. Fill your atmosphere with worship when fear whispers in shadows. Darkness cannot linger where light is proclaimed. Remember also, you are not the only one hearing whispers. Every chosen one faces them. The difference is not in whether you hear them, but in whether you yield to them. Some fall because they mistake lies for truth. Others endure because they recognize the source and resist. You are called to resist. And resistance, though it feels costly, is not futile. Every time you refuse a whisper, your faith grows stronger. Your oil grows richer. Your flame burns brighter. The enemy does not waste effort on the unmarked. If you hear whispers in the dark, it is because you are dangerous to him. You carry light he cannot extinguish, authority he cannot overthrow, destiny He cannot derail unless you agree with his voice. That is why he whispers so desperately, so persistently. But this desperation is also proof of his weakness. If he had the power to destroy you outright, he would not waste time whispering. The very fact that he whispers shows that he fears you. Chosen one, sharpen your discernment. Ask the Spirit daily to tune your ear. Let your heart learn the rhythm of God's voice so well that any counterfeit becomes obvious. Just as a banker studies real currency so thoroughly that counterfeits are immediately recognized, study the word so deeply that lies become laughable. Do not be alarmed by whispers in the night. See them as confirmation that you are walking the right path. Let them remind you that your life carries weight in the spiritual realm. And above all, answer them not with silence but with scripture, with worship, with prayer. Let your voice drown out their deception until all that remains in the darkness is the sound of truth. Beloved, you are not fragile prey to whispers. You are a chosen vessel armed with light. You carry authority to silence lies, to scatter shadows, to stand firm when others collapse. The whispers may surround you, but they cannot overcome you. For every lie in the dark, there is a louder truth in your spirit. You are chosen. You are sealed. You are victorious. So walk forward boldly. Let the whispers fade into background noise. Fix your ears on the shepherd's voice, and no darkness will lead you astray. Chosen one, the time of testing has arrived. Not testing in the sense of cruel punishment, but testing as fire tests gold, as storms test foundations, as weight tests the strength of a pillar. This is the testing of allegiance. Who will you serve when the cost rises? What will you cling to when the world offers comfort but heaven demands covenant? Throughout history, every chosen one has faced this dividing line. Abraham was tested when asked to leave his homeland, and again when asked to lay his son on the altar. Daniel was tested when forbidden to pray. The 3 Hebrew men were tested when commanded to bow before an idol or burn. Their allegiance was not measured by their words alone, but by their choices under pressure. And you, beloved, are no different. The pressure around you is not random. It is designed to reveal allegiance, the subtle invitations to compromise, the opportunities that tempt you with shortcuts, the whispers that suggest disobedience will be easier. These are tests. In them lies the question, will you choose convenience, or will you choose covenant? As was spoken in the book of Joshua, chapter 24. Verse 15, but if serving the Lord seems undesirable to you, then choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve. But as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord. The same choice now stands before you. There is no middle ground. Delay is a choice. Silence is a choice. Compromise is a choice. Allégeance demande clarité. The testing may not come with fire and furnaces, though for some it might. For you, it may appear in smaller forms. The decision to act with integrity when deception could bring gain. The choice to remain pure when compromise is celebrated. The determination to speak truth when silence would be safer. Each test looks ordinary, but in the spirit, it weighs heavily. Angels and demons both watch, for every choice testifies whose side you are on. Do not imagine that allegiance will be easy. The road of convenience is wide and well-traveled. Many will urge you to walk it, assuring you it is harmless. But the covenant path is narrow, and often it feels lonely. Few walk it, yet it is the only road that leads to life. Every step of faithfulness may feel like loss in the moment, but it becomes eternal gain. Consider again the Hebrew men. The furnace roared. The flames threatened. The crowd bowed. To stand was to court death, yet they refused compromise, declaring, "Our God is able to save us. But even if he does not, we will not bow." Their allegiance was unshakable. And what happened? The very fire meant to consume them revealed the presence of God walking with them. What was meant as punishment became a revelation. Your test will carry the same potential. When you refuse compromise, you will see him more clearly than ever. Chosen one. Testing also purifies. It burns away shallow devotion and exposes what is real. Words are easy in comfort. Allegiance is proven in conflict. You may not know the strength of your faith until it is tested. But do not fear the test. It is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to show you that your roots are deeper than you realized. And yes, failure is possible. There will be moments when compromise feels tempting. You may stumble. But even in failure, the Spirit convicts, not condemns. It calls you back, urging you to realign. Allegiance is not perfection but direction, a heart that consistently chooses God even after stumbling. The enemy will present allegiance as heavy, as impossible, as joyless, but that is deception. Allegiance to God is not the loss of freedom, it is the discovery of true freedom. It is not chains but wings. To serve him is to be liberated from the tyranny of sin, fear, and compromise. The test may press you, but the result is glory. Look at your own journey. Already you have faced tests. Already you have chosen obedience when it cost you friends, peace when it cost you pride, truth when it cost you comfort. These moments were not wasted, they were shaping you, proving you, marking you as faithful. The bigger tests ahead are simply the continuation of this refining. Chosen one. Do not shrink from the fire. Do not fear the furnace. For the very heat that threatens to consume, you will instead refine you. Allegiance revealed in fire becomes testimony that cannot be denied. The world will marvel not at your strength, but at the God who sustains you in the midst of it. And know this, your allegiance does not only affect you, it ripples outward. When you stand firm, others see and gain courage. When you refuse compromise, others are emboldened to do the same. Your test becomes their inspiration. You are not enduring in vain. You are blazing a trail for others to follow. Beloved, testing will come in increasing waves. The closer the midnight cry, the sharper the divide. You must decide now, in your heart, where your allegiance lies. Waiting until the fire burns is too late. Choose covenant now. Root yourself in him now. Then when the test comes, your heart will already know the answer. Take courage. The testing of allegiance is not to expose your weakness, but to reveal his strength in you. You are not alone in the fire. The fourth man walks beside you. You are not abandoned in the furnace. You are preserved. And when you emerge, you will carry not the smell of smoke, but the mark of glory. So do not waver. Chosen one, do not compromise. Let your allegiance be loud, your covenant clear, your obedience unshakable. For in this hour of testing, heaven is watching, and your faithfulness will echo through eternity. Chosen one, You are walking into the furnace of faith. Fire is not just imagery, it is reality in the spirit. Every trial you endure, every storm you face, every battle that threatens to overwhelm you is a flame pressing against your soul. And yet, this fire is not designed to destroy you, but to refine you. The furnace reveals what cannot be shaken, what cannot be burned, what is eternal. Think of gold. In its raw state, it is dull, mixed with dirt and impurities. But place it in fire, and everything false melts away. What remains is beauty, brilliance, and worth. The same is true for your faith. The furnace strips away pretense, pride, and weakness, leaving only what is genuine. That is why the trials you face feel so intense. It is the refining of your soul. The Apostle Peter writes, 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 7, your faith, refined by fire, proves more precious than gold, bringing praise, glory, and honor when Christ is revealed. Every flame you endure adds weight to your faith, making it shine brighter before heaven. But I know what you feel. The fire is not comfortable. It presses. It burns. It strips. You ask, why me? Why must I carry this heat? Yet heaven answers, because you are chosen. Ordinary vessels are not placed in the furnace. Only those destined for honor are refined. Your suffering is not meaningless. It is evidence of your calling. Chosen one. Do not think the furnace is endless. Even fire has a limit. God controls the temperature, the duration, the intensity. You are not left to burn aimlessly. You are being carefully watched. Like a goldsmith overseeing his treasure, he knows exactly how much heat you can bear. When the dross is removed, when the reflection of his face shines in you, he will lift you out. Think of the three Hebrews, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. The furnace was heated 7 times hotter. So hot it killed the soldiers who threw them in. Yet inside the flames, a fourth man appeared, and the fire lost its power. They emerged without even the smell of smoke. This is your promise too. You will pass through fire, but it will not consume you. You will emerge carrying glory, not ashes. And now, let me speak heart to heart. These words you are reading are not simply text on a screen. They are living fire, poured out to strengthen your spirit. But like any flame, they require fuel to keep burning. I write, I labor, I pour, but together we build. When you like these messages, it is as though you fan the flame, giving oxygen for the fire to spread. When you share, you become a torchbearer, carrying the flame into places I cannot reach, lighting paths for those lost in darkness. When you subscribe, you are not merely pressing a button, you are choosing to remain near the fire, to stay within the circle of light, where words of life continue to refine and strengthen you. And if the Spirit moves you to donate, it is not a transaction, it is fuel for the altar. Just as the priests in the temple laid wood upon the fire daily, so your seed keeps the fire alive, ensuring that others, many you will never meet, can encounter this same light. Think of it like a lighthouse on a stormy coast. One lightkeeper may tend the flame, but without oil, delivered by many hands, the light would die. Sailors at sea would be lost. But with every offering of oil, the light continues to shine. guiding ships to safety. That is what your support does. It keeps the lighthouse burning, so others do not crash in the night. Chosen one, your furnace is not wasted. The fire you endure will become the testimony that lights others' way. People will ask, "How did you survive? How did you endure?" And you will answer, "Because God was with me in the fire." That answer will become their hope, their encouragement, their reason to keep walking, even now, in your own suffering. You are not just being refined for yourself, you are being refined for others. Your faith is becoming bread for the hungry, water for the thirsty, oil for the weary. This is why the enemy has fought you so hard. He fears not just your survival, but your influence. He fears the day you rise from the furnace, carrying fire that will set others ablaze. Do not despise your trials. Do not curse the heat, for in the fire, intimacy is forged. In the flames, the fourth man appears. In the furnace, your testimony is born, and when you emerge, you will be unshakable, unstoppable, undeniable. Look at your scars differently. They are not marks of defeat, but medals of honor. Every burn, every bruise, every wound is evidence that you passed through what others could not endure. Heaven sees, and heaven records. Chosen one, lift your eyes. Do not be afraid of the fire. Do not shrink from the furnace. It is not your grave, it is your birthplace of glory. Soon the flames will subside, and you will emerge, not smelling of smoke, but radiating with light. And as you walk out of your furnace, remember this: your story will strengthen others still inside theirs. That is why this work must continue, why every like, every share, every subscription, every gift matters, because together we are building not just one fire, but a wildfire of faith that spreads across nations, lighting the way for every chosen one who feels alone in their furnace. Now, as a prophetic act of courage, I invite you to comment below. Fire cannot break me. These 4 words are not empty. They are a declaration, a shield, a cry of defiance against the enemy. By writing them, you agree with heaven that your furnace is not your end, but your refining. You tell your trials, "You will not destroy me, you will make me shine brighter." And you remind your own soul, "This fire is my preparation, not my destruction." Take courage. Beloved, you are not consumed. You are refined. You are not abandoned. You are accompanied. The fire may rage, but you will emerge carrying the mark of one who has walked with God in the flames. Chosen one. There is something sacred upon you that few recognize at first glance, the mark of preservation. It is not written with ink, nor seen with natural eyes. Yet it is as real as breath. This seal rests on you because heaven has declared, "This one is mine." When storms sweep across the earth, when judgments fall, when chaos rises, the mark distinguishes you. It does not make you immune from trial, but it ensures that in the midst of it all, you are preserved. The mark of preservation is not a new concept. Throughout history, God has always sealed his own. When the angel of death passed through Egypt, the Israelites were preserved by the blood on their doorposts. When Jericho's walls fell, Rahab's household was preserved by the scarlet cord. When destruction struck Jerusalem, a remnant was preserved because God had placed a mark on the foreheads of those who grieved over sin. The same principle applies to you. Chosen one, heaven has placed a covering upon your life, a shield that says, "Do not touch." It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 2, verse 19. God's solid foundation stands firm, sealed with this inscription: "The Lord knows his own." End 1. That is your preservation, not because of your strength, not because of your perfection, but because you are known. Heaven recognizes you as its own. Think about the near misses in your life, the accidents you narrowly escaped, the illnesses that did not take you, the betrayals that did not crush you, the nights you thought were your last. Yet morning came. These are not coincidences. They are evidence of preservation. Each time the enemy tried to strike, the mark on your life said, "Not this one, not today." This preservation is not only physical, it covers your soul, your destiny, your calling. How many times did despair try to drown you, yet you rose again? How many times did shame whisper that you were finished, yet you found strength to keep going? How many times did the enemy try to bury you, yet here you are, still standing? Preservation is the reason. Chosen one. Do not mistake preservation for exemption. You are not promised a life free from storms. The rain fell on Noah's Ark, just as it fell on the world outside. The difference was not the absence of rain, but the presence of protection. The storm still comes, but you endure it differently. While others sink, you float. While others collapse, you stand. While others are swept away, you are carried through. The mark of preservation is often unseen until the storm comes. In calm weather, it looks ordinary, but when the winds rise, its strength is revealed. That is why your trials are not proof of abandonment, but evidence of covering. If you were not marked, you would not have survived what you endured. The very fact that you are here, reading these words, breathing, believing, is proof that preservation has been at work all along. There is also a holy weight to this preservation. You are preserved, not merely for survival, but for purpose. When God spares, he also sends. Noah was preserved to repopulate the earth. Joseph was preserved to save nations during famine. Esther was preserved to deliver her people. You are preserved for assignment. The same hand that shielded you will also commission you. This is why your life feels different. Others may live recklessly, yet you feel the weight of caution. Others may drift aimlessly, yet you sense the pull of destiny. Others may mock, yet you feel the fire of urgency. It is because you are not ordinary. You are preserved for extraordinary purpose. Chosen one. Consider how valuable you must be for heaven to guard you this fiercely. The enemy does not waste his weapons on the worthless. He targets what is marked, what is chosen, what carries weight in eternity. The battles you face, the resistance you endure, the trials you encounter, they are proof of your preservation. The enemy fights you so hard because he knows he cannot claim you. This preservation also comes with boundaries. There are places you cannot go, things you cannot indulge in, relationships you cannot maintain. Others may wander freely, but you are hemmed in. At times this feels restrictive, but it is love. The mark on your life sets limits to keep you aligned with destiny. Every no you hear from heaven, though painful, is a wall of preservation, keeping you on the narrow road. Think also of the angels on assignment around you. Their charge is preservation. Their task is to guard what heaven values. Many times you do not see their work, but their presence surrounds you. They intercept accidents. They block attacks. They war on your behalf. Preservation is not passive. It is active, ongoing, vigilant. And remember this, the mark of preservation is not fragile. It is not dependent on your feelings or shaken by your failures. Even in your weakest moments, it holds. Even when you doubted, it did not fade. Even when you stumbled, it did not break. Why? Because it is not grounded in your perfection but in His covenant. Yet do not treat this preservation lightly. To be marked is to be accountable. You cannot live as though your life belongs to you, because it does not. Preservation is stewardship. You are preserved so that you may fulfill what was written of you before you were born. To waste your life in compromise would be to dishonor the very covering that kept you alive. Chosen one. Let this truth settle deep within you. You are here because you are preserved. The nights that should have ended you did not. The battles that should have broken you failed. The storms that should have drowned you passed. You carry a mark that declares to every force of darkness, this one belongs to the Lord. So walk with courage. You do not need to fear what lies ahead. Storms may rise. Enemies might plot. But preservation is stronger. The same hand that sealed the ark, that shut the mouths of lions, that held you through every valley, will continue to hold you still. Lift your head. Beloved, you are not fragile. You are preserved, not for hiding, but for shining, not for surviving, but for fulfilling, not for yesterday, but for the destiny that still awaits. The mark upon you is not fading, it is eternal, and as long as you walk under it, you will endure every storm and emerge carrying the testimony of one who is chosen and preserved by God Himself. Chosen one. The Spirit reveals a solemn truth. There is such a thing as the lockdown of mercy. This is a phrase few dare to speak of, yet it thunders through Scripture. For though God is abundant in mercy, overflowing in compassion, and patient beyond measure, there comes a moment when His mercy pauses, when the hand of grace ceases to strive, and when the door is sealed. This is not because He delights in judgment, but because mercy unheeded eventually becomes wasted. Think back to the days of Noah. For years, the ark stood open, the hammer of obedience echoing as a testimony of coming judgment. Every strike of wood was an invitation. Every beam lifted was another call to repentance. But the people laughed, delayed, scoffed. Mercy waited. Mercy stretched. Mercy endured. Yet when the rain began, mercy was locked. The door was shut by the hand of God Himself. The same mercy that once invited now became a barrier. Chosen one. Do you feel the weight of that? The mercy you walk in today is a gift, but it is not infinite in opportunity. There is a window, a span of time in which choices must be made, repentance embraced, obedience acted upon. To postpone endlessly is to risk standing outside when the door finally shuts. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 6, verse 16. This is what the Lord says. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is, and walk in it, and you will find rest for your souls. But you said, we will not walk in it. Here lies the heartbreak. God offers paths of mercy, yet many refuse to walk in them. And though his mercy stretches, it will not stretch forever. The lockdown of mercy is not cruelty, it is justice. Imagine a judge who never closes a case, who lets crimes pile without end. Such endless tolerance is not love, it is negligence. In the same way, mercy without boundary would cheapen holiness. Mercy pauses because judgment must eventually arrive. The rain must eventually fall. Chosen one, you must grasp the urgency of this. The Spirit is whispering, do not wait. Every time you feel conviction and ignore it. The heart grows harder. Every time you hear the call to obedience and delay, sensitivity diminishes. This is the danger of mercy. Delayed it does not only risk judgment, it does discernment. You may not even notice when the door is shutting until it is too late. But here lies hope. The fact that you are reading this now means the door is still open for you. The message of mercy is still being sounded. The trumpet has not gone silent. Heaven is still inviting you to enter, to repent, to align, to prepare. If the door had already been sealed, you would not feel the stirring you feel now. That stirring in your heart is proof that mercy is still active. Think of Nineveh. Their wickedness was great. Yet when Jonah preached, they responded. They fasted, repented, humbled themselves, and mercy extended. Judgment paused. What does this reveal? That God's heart is always for mercy, always for restoration. His desire is not that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. The lockdown of mercy is never his first choice. It is his last resort. Chosen one. Reflect on your journey. How many times did you wander, and yet his mercy pulled you back? How many times did you rebel, and yet his mercy forgave? How many times did you delay, and yet his mercy still waited? Each of those moments was an extension of time, an opportunity to realign. But those opportunities are not infinite. That is why this message comes as both comfort and warning. Mercy is active now, but the day will come when it will pause. The danger of presuming on mercy is thinking tomorrow is guaranteed. I'll obey later. I'll repent later. I'll align later. But who promises you later? The breath you draw now is already grace. The heartbeat sustaining you is already mercy. To postpone is to gamble with eternity. Do not misunderstand. Mercy itself will never cease to exist. God is mercy, but its application in time can be withdrawn. When Pharaoh hardened his heart repeatedly, there came a point when Scripture says God hardened it. Mercy had been resisted so long that judgment was sealed. This is the chilling reality of mercy's lockdown. Not that God ceases to be merciful, but that man refuses it until it can no longer be extended. Chosen one. The lockdown of mercy is also corporate. Nations, too, can cross a line when corruption, violence, and rebellion overflow. Mercy pauses, and judgment comes. Entire kingdoms have fallen this way. Babylon, Egypt, Rome. Their collapse was not random, but the result of mercy reaching its limit. And yet, even in national judgment, individuals marked by God were preserved. Lot was spared from Sodom. Jeremiah was preserved in Jerusalem's fall. You, too, can be preserved, even if nations shake. If you walk in the mercy, available now. So how do you live in light of this? First, by gratitude. Do not take His mercy lightly. Every new day is undeserved. Every answered prayer is grace. Every opportunity to repent is mercy knocking again. Second, by urgency. Do not delay obedience. When He speaks, act. When He convicts, respond. When He invites, move. To hesitate is to risk missing the window. Finally, by intercession. The same mercy covering you is meant to flow through you. Stand in the gap for others who still wander. Plead for those who still mock. Pray for nations that still rebel. Your prayers can extend the season of mercy for others. Just as Abraham's intercession delayed judgment on Sodom until Lot was safe. Beloved, the lockdown of mercy is both a warning and a gift. It warns that delay is dangerous, but it gifts you clarity to act now. It reminds you that, though time is short, grace is still present. The hand has not yet shut the door. The ark is still open. The invitation still stands. Walk with reverence in this truth. Do not waste the hours. Do not presume on tomorrow. Let every moment be filled with gratitude, obedience, and intercession. For when mercy pauses, you will be found inside, preserved, sealed, carried by grace that was never deserved but freely given. And when others cry outside, pounding on doors they once ignored, you will know this: you are preserved, not because you were perfect, but because you entered when mercy called. That is the miracle of grace. It is always undeserved, but it must be received. So receive it. Chosen one, live it, guard it, and let it shape every step you take in this fleeting hour before the door is sealed. Chosen one, this is the hour of gathering. Heaven is calling the remnant together, not the crowd, not the multitude, not the ones who chase after comfort, but the remnant scattered across nations, even in quiet corners, silenced by seasons of trial. The chosen are beginning to feel a pull in their spirit. It is as though an invisible magnet is drawing hearts together, aligning those who carry the same flame. This is the gathering of the remnant. For a long time, you may have felt alone. You thought no one understood your hunger, your fire, your refusal to compromise. Conversations around you felt shallow, as though you were speaking a language others did not hear. But you were never truly alone. You were simply hidden until the time of gathering. Just as Elijah thought he was the only prophet left. Yet God revealed there were 7,000 others who had not bowed to Baal. So too you will see that many have been preserved for this moment. This is not a gathering for numbers, but for purity. The remnant is small, but it carries weight far greater than its size. 10 righteous people could have preserved Sodom. 12 apostles turned the world upside down. A remnant need not be vast. It need only be faithful. And now, God is drawing these faithful ones into alignment, forming an army clothed, not in armor of steel, but in garments of righteousness. The prophet Isaiah wrote, Isaiah chapter 10, verse 21, "A remnant will return. A remnant of Jacob will return to the mighty God." This is the promise unfolding now. Out of chaos, out of rebellion, out of lukewarmness, a remnant is returning. Their strength is not in their number, but in their devotion. Their power is not in their resources, but in their God. Chosen one, You are part of this remnant. That restlessness you feel is the Spirit summoning you. That hunger you cannot explain is the sound of the trumpet. That fire in your bones, even when others seem cold, is the mark of remnant identity. You are not called to blend into the multitude. You are called to stand with the few who will not bow. This gathering is not always physical. It happens first in spirit. God begins to align hearts across distances, knitting together those who pray the same prayers, weep the same tears, carry the same burdens. The remnant may not always sit in the same room, but they are united by the same Spirit. Their connection is deeper than proximity. It is divine orchestration. And yet, physical gathering also matters. The remnant will find one another, drawn together like streams converging into a river. They may have walked alone for years, but suddenly paths cross. Unexpected connections form. A community rises where there was once isolation. This is the miracle of remnant gathering. It feels sudden, but it is heaven's plan all along. Chosen one. The remnant is not glamorous. It is not the loud crowd waving banners of self-promotion. It is often quiet, often hidden, often underestimated. But this is its strength, because when the storm comes, the remnant will not collapse. When falsehoods crumble, the remnant will stand. When the multitude scatters, the remnant will endure. Why? Because their foundation is not in popularity, not in numbers, not in systems. Their foundation is in covenant. Their strength is in intimacy. Their oil is in reserve. This is why the remnant can outlast what others cannot. Their root is deep, and their flame is hidden. Consider Gideon's army. Thousands began, but God reduced them to 300. Why? Because the remnant must be tested, refined, proven. The fearful left. The careless were dismissed. Only the vigilant, the faithful, the ready remained. And with that remnant, victory was won. You, chosen one, are part of such a reduction. Many around you may fall away, but you remain because you are remnant. Do not despise this identity. Do not long to be part of the crowd. The multitude will always mock the remnant, but history is written by the faithful few. Nations turn, destinies shift, and generations change, not because of the majority, but because of the minority that stands unshaken. Chosen one. The gathering of the remnant is also for strengthening. Alone, the fire flickers. Together, the flames combine into a blaze that cannot be ignored. Your strength multiplies when joined with others who carry the same oil. Your prayers intensify when they rise with others in unity. Your obedience gains momentum when it joins with others in covenant. This is why God is gathering you, not only for preservation, but for multiplication. And let me remind you, the remnant is always victorious. Though surrounded, they are preserved. Though mocked, they are vindicated. Though small, they are mighty. The world underestimates them, but heaven celebrates them. Chosen one. Feel the call. The remnant is stirring. You are not alone. You are not forgotten. You are part of a divine gathering that spans nations and generations. The trumpet has sounded, and hearts are responding. Now, as a prophetic act of alignment, I invite you to comment the number 888. Why 888? Because it is a symbol of new beginnings, and divine renewal. The remnant rises not to repeat the old but to birth the new. By declaring 888, you say, I align with the remnant. I choose the narrow path. I embrace the new thing God is doing. In through this declaration matters. It is more than numbers. It is agreement in the Spirit. It marks you as one who belongs to the faithful few, who will stand when others bow, who will shine when others fade. It connects you with the stream of remnant voices rising even now. Chosen one, lift your head. You are part of something greater than yourself. The remnant is gathering, and you are included. The ark is filling with the faithful. The army is aligning with the brave. The vineyard is being tended by the devoted, and you are not just watching, you are part of it. Take courage. Though the road is narrow, the company is holy. Though the number is small, the impact is eternal. You are not walking alone. You are walking with the remnant, and together you will endure, overcome, and shine until the day of His appearing. Chosen one. The hour you live in is one of deception, thick, heavy, and subtle. It is not deception that announces itself loudly, but deception that creeps quietly into the cracks of truth, twisting what is holy, diluting what is pure, masking what is false beneath a cloak of light. This is why discernment is no longer optional for you. It is survival. Without it, even the chosen can be misled. With it, you will see clearly when others stumble in blindness. Deception is not new. It has always been the enemy's sharpest weapon. In Eden, the serpent did not strike Eve with venom. He whispered with half-truths. He did not deny God's words outright, but twisted them just enough to shift perception. Did God really say? That question has been the seed of deception throughout history, and it is still whispered today, in countless disguises, eroding trust, planting doubt, enticing rebellion. The Word of God declares in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 24, verse 24, For false messiahs and false prophets will appear and perform great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. Chosen one. The deception of this hour is not crude. It is sophisticated. It looks convincing. It feels spiritual. It sounds righteous. But its fruit is corruption, discernment. Then is the gift you must sharpen. To discern is not simply to know good from evil. It is to distinguish between good and almost good, between truth and truth twisted. Many will fall not because they chase obvious darkness, but because they embrace counterfeit light. They will call compromise wisdom, rebellion, freedom, distortion, revelation, without discernment. Even those who once burned bright may find their flame corrupted. Discernment grows in intimacy. The more time you spend with God, the clearer His voice becomes, and the more easily you recognize counterfeits. Just as a shepherd knows the sound of his sheep, so too the sheep learn the sound of the shepherd. When you know his voice, the stranger's voice becomes jarring. This is why the enemy fights your intimacy so fiercely, because discernment is birthed there. Consider Solomon. His discernment was not simply intelligence, it was a gift from God, cultivated through humility and dependence. When two mothers fought over one child, it was not human logic that revealed the truth, but divine discernment. You too will face situations where logic fails, where appearances deceive, where crowds are misled. Only discernment will anchor you in truth. Discernment also requires courage. To see deception is one thing, to call it out is another. Many recognize lies, but remain silent out of fear of rejection. But silence in the face of deception is agreement with it. You are called not only to discern, but to stand. And standing will cost you. People may label you judgmental, divisive, extreme. Yet heaven will see you as faithful, chosen one. Deception often disguises itself as unity. Why divide? Why resist? Why not just accept everything? But unity without truth is not unity, it is compromise. The prophets of Baal were unified, but they were wrong. The priests who condemned Jesus were united, but they were blind. Discernment dares to stand apart from false unity, choosing truth over the comfort of crowds. Another disguise of deception is love misdefined. If you love, you will accept everything. But true love does not affirm what destroys. True love warns, convicts, calls back from danger. A doctor does not ignore disease to appear kind. He confronts it to preserve life. In the same way, true spiritual love cannot be separated from truth. Discernment also protects you from subtle distractions. Not every good thing is a God thing. Opportunities may appear golden, but lead you away from your assignment. Voices may sound inspiring, but lack the breath of the Spirit. Without discernment, you risk pouring oil into broken vessels, wasting energy on paths never meant for you. But with discernment, you remain aligned, focused, steady, chosen one. Deception is intensifying. It will not decrease. False voices will multiply. False wonders will spread. False comfort will appeal. You must decide now to sharpen discernment daily. Do not rely on feelings alone. They can be swayed. Do not rely on crowds. They can be misled. Anchor yourself in the Word, in prayer, in intimacy. Let the Spirit be your compass when the maps of men fail. Think of the wise and foolish builders. Both built houses. Both looked sturdy in clear weather. But when storms came, only the one built on rock stood. The foolish may have thought themselves wise, but their foundation was deception. So too, many today build lives, ministries, dreams on sand disguised as rock. Only discernment reveals the true foundation. Beloved, discernment is also your safeguard in relationships. Not everyone who smiles is safe. Not every hand that reaches out is clean. The enemy often sends counterfeits close, disguised as friends, mentors, even spiritual guides. Discernment protects you from bonds that would drain your oil and chains that would bind your destiny. Do not ignore the unease you feel in your spirit. It is not paranoia, it is discernment whispering. The Spirit will sometimes give you clarity others lack. You may see danger when everyone else applauds. You may sense corruption when others see charisma. Do not doubt yourself in those moments. The gift of discernment is often lonely, but it is vital. Better to stand alone in truth than to be celebrated in deception. Chosen one. Your eyes must remain open. Test every word. Weigh every vision. Examine every spirit. Not with suspicion rooted in fear, but with discernment rooted in intimacy. The Spirit within you will guide, warn, and confirm. Trust His leading even when it contradicts the crowd. And remember, discernment is not cynicism. It does not dismiss everything. It does not shut its heart in suspicion. It is a balance of openness and testing, of love and truth, of humility and boldness. It seeks not to condemn, but to guard, not to tear down, but to protect what is holy. So, walk with vigilance. The deception of this hour is fierce, but it is not undefeatable. The same Spirit who raised Christ from the dead dwells in you, and he will guide you into all truth. Do not fear deception, but do not underestimate it. Stay anchored. Stay watchful. Stay intimate. Chosen one. Discernment will be your safeguard, your shield, your compass. It will keep your oil pure, your lamp burning, your path steady. And when others fall into deception, you will stand, not by your wisdom, but by the Spirit who preserves you. Chosen one. The journey you are on is not a sprint, but a pilgrimage. It winds through valleys and climbs mountains, crosses deserts and enters gardens. Along the way, there are seasons of drought and seasons of rain, moments of hunger and moments of feasting. Yet through it all, there is one truth. The pilgrim who endures will reach the city whose architect is God. But let me remind you, pilgrims never walk alone. Though the path may seem lonely, others walk alongside, unseen, carrying their own burdens, pressing toward the same destination. And together, pilgrims share light, share bread, share encouragement. That is what this message is meant to be. A lantern lifted on the road, a loaf broken among fellow travelers, a voice that whispers, "Keep walking." The psalmist wrote in the book of Psalms, chapter 84, verse 5, "Blessed are those whose strength is in you, whose hearts are set on pilgrimage. This is your blessing, your heart is set. Your strength is drawn, not from yourself, but from Him. You are not wandering, you are walking with purpose." Now, think of a fire on a cold night. A single flame may warm one person, but a larger fire warms a crowd. For the flame to grow, it needs wood, it needs breath, it needs fuel. That is the picture of what we are building together here. These words are sparks, but they become a fire when you breathe upon them. When you like, it is as though you lean close and add oxygen, keeping the flame alive. When you share, you are not merely clicking a button, you are carrying a torch. Imagine a dark valley where countless travelers stumble. By sharing, you pass fire into their hands. You say, "Here, walk with this light. Do not stumble in darkness any longer." That is the impact of one share, one spark passed along. One soul no longer walking blind. When you subscribe, you are like a pilgrim who returns to the campfire night after night, knowing the warmth is waiting. It is a commitment, a decision to stay connected, to continue receiving light for your journey. It is not a number, it is a covenant to keep the lantern burning in your own life. And when you donate, beloved, it is like laying wood upon the altar. Every log placed keeps the fire steady, ensuring that no pilgrim who arrives cold and weary will ever find the flame gone out. In the temple, the priests had one duty above all. The fire on the altar must never go out. That is what your giving does. It keeps the flame alive, not only for you, but for countless others who are still wandering still searching, still stumbling toward the light. Think of a vineyard. One hand alone cannot tend it. But when many hands work together, pruning, watering, harvesting, the vineyard flourishes. In the same way, this vineyard of words and truth thrives not by one alone, but by the many who support it. Every act, whether a like, a share, a subscription, or a gift, is a hand in the vineyard. And together, the harvest multiplies. Chosen one, you may think your act is small, a single like, a single share, a small offering. It feels insignificant. But consider the loaves and fishes. In human eyes, they were too small for the multitude. Yet, in divine hands, they multiplied until all were fed. With baskets left over, so too, your act, small in your eyes, becomes multiplied in His. It feeds souls you will never meet. It lights lamps you will never see. It strengthens hearts you will never know. Do not underestimate the ripple of one drop in water. It circles outward, touching shores far away. Your one drop of faithfulness does the same. A comment, a prayer, a gift, all become ripples that travel across oceans of time and space, carrying impact far beyond what you imagined. But beyond acts of support, hear this deeper truth. You are part of something bigger than yourself. You are part of a movement, a remnant rising, a company of pilgrims pressing onward. This is not entertainment, it is equipping. Not noise, but nourishment. And when you join hands with it, you are aligning yourself with the flow of God's purposes in this hour. Chosen one. The journey grows darker in the world, but brighter in the spirit. Shadows lengthen, yet the fire among the remnant blazes stronger. This is why your presence, your participation, your faithfulness matters so deeply. The fire is not for one, but for all. The bread is not for one, but for the multitude. The vineyard is not for one harvest, but for generations. Even in this, remember the widow who gave 2 coins. Her gift was small in human measure, but heaven saw it as greater than the treasures of the wealthy. Why? Because it was given with faith, with sincerity, with love. In the same way, whatever you give, whether time, prayer, sharing, or resources, heaven sees the heart behind it, and heaven multiplies it. Beloved, take courage. The road is long, the pilgrimage steep, but you are not without light. Together, we carry torches. Together, we tend fires. Together, we keep the altar burning. And in the end, we will arrive not weary and empty, but refined, radiant, and crowned. Lift your eyes. Do not despise the small acts that seem insignificant. They are stones in the path, wood on the fire, seeds in the soil. Together, they build something eternal. Together, they carry you and countless others closer to the city that awaits, the place prepared, the home that shines with unending light. So walk on, chosen one. Walk with courage, with conviction, with community. The fire will not go out, because you are part of tending it. The vineyard will not wither, because you are part of watering it. The bread will not run dry, because you are part of breaking it. Together, we move. Together, we endure. Together, we shine. Chosen one. The hour has come when you must take your stand with unwavering clarity. You cannot straddle two worlds any longer. Light and darkness are parting ways, and neutrality is vanishing like mist in the sun. You sense this in your spirit already, the weight pressing on your choices, the gravity behind every yes or no. It is because eternity leans into your decisions. The Spirit warns through the prophet Elijah. First Book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. The people stood silent then, and many still stand silent today. But you, chosen one, cannot afford silence. Silence in this hour becomes agreement with darkness. You must declare. You must align. You must stand. Standing will cost you. It will pull you from the comfort of crowds, strip away the approval of men, and sometimes leave you alone in the furnace of fire. But remember, every chosen one who ever stood faced this cost. Moses stood against Pharaoh. Daniel stood in Babylon. Esther stood in the courts of a king. Each one risked everything, but heaven honored them. You too will be honored when you choose to stand. The stand you take is not only for yourself. It ripples outward. Your faith becomes courage for others. Your obedience becomes light for those lost. Your declaration becomes a trumpet that shakes the silence. Even if your voice trembles, your choice echoes, and heaven records it as allegiance. Chosen one, do not underestimate the subtlety of compromise. It rarely demands you to bow outright. Instead, it whispers, just bend a little, just delay your obedience, just hide your faith for now. But small bends eventually break. Small delays eventually harden. Small silences eventually become chains. That is why you must be firm, even in the small things. For small choices build eternal foundations. Discern the weight of your yes. Discern the power of your no. Heaven watches. The enemy watches. Angels lean close to witness your allegiance. Every choice testifies. And though the world may never see, the spirit realm takes notice. This is why your stand must be both inward and outward. Inward, with a heart anchored to truth, refusing deception, refusing compromise. Outward, with actions and words that reflect the covenant within. To believe silently is not enough. You must live visibly. Faith hidden is faith starved. The Spirit also reminds you that standing is not only resistance but proclamation. You do not stand only against darkness, you stand for light. You do not stand only against lies, you stand for truth. You do not stand only against rebellion, you stand for covenant. This positive stand is what gives your life fragrance, what makes your presence salt and light in a decaying world. Chosen one, you may fear the cost of standing, but fear this instead, the cost of not standing, to remain silent, to delay, to blend with. The crowd may feel safe now, but it leads to regret later, when the door shuts, when the trumpet sounds, when the line is drawn. You will wish you had stood boldly. Let that weight sober you. Let it drive you to courage. And take comfort. Standing does not mean standing alone. The fourth man still walks in the furnace. The God who shut lions' mouths still attends his servants. The same Spirit that raised Jesus from the dead dwells within you. You are never abandoned in your stand. You may lose men's applause, but you gain heaven's attention. and that is enough. Even in your weakness, heaven honors your yes. Even if your stand shakes, heaven sees the courage it required. Even if your declaration is whispered, heaven magnifies it into a trumpet. Your faithfulness in the small will lead to strength in the great. Now, let me ask you to do something prophetic. Declare your stand with your words. Type this simple but powerful phrase in the comments. I stand now. Oh, why this phrase? Because it is short, clear, undeniable. It leaves no ambiguity. It is you saying, I am not waiting. I am not wavering. I am not hiding. I stand now. When you write it, you seal it in your own heart. You silence the whispers of hesitation. You declare to heaven, to earth, and to the unseen realm, this life is aligned with God. Do not dismiss this act as small. Words are powerful. Declarations shape atmosphere. When you comment, I stand now, you anchor your own soul and encourage others to stand with you. It is contagious. Your courage will inspire theirs. Together, the remnant rises not in silence, but in declaration. Chosen one. This is the hour for boldness. Do not blend in when you are meant to stand out. Do not dim your flame when you are meant to burn. Do not hesitate when you are meant to declare. Lift your voice, strengthen your spine, plant your feet, and let your stand be clear. For the day will come when those who stood will shine like stars forever, while those who hid will regret their silence. Make your choice now, before the furnace is heated, before the lions roar, before the door shuts. Choose covenant over compromise. Choose light over darkness. Choose standing over wavering. And when you do, know this: heaven sees, angels record, the King smiles. Your stand may feel small, but it is eternal, and eternity will honor you as one who stood when others fell, one who declared when others stayed silent, one who chose God above all. Chosen one. The hour is urgent. The moment is now. The trumpet is sounding. Do not waver. Do not delay. Stand, and stand boldly. Chosen one. There is a mystery that runs through the fabric of Scripture and still breathes in your life today. The mystery of hidden preparation. God does His deepest work, not in public platforms, but in secret chambers. Not in the spotlight of recognition, but in the silence of obscurity. What feels to you like delay is often heaven's design, where roots are deepened before branches appear, where vessels are shaped before they are poured out. Think of David. Before he was a king, he was a shepherd, alone in the fields, unseen by men. He learned to play his harp and slay lions. The world knew nothing of him, but heaven was preparing him. When his moment came before Goliath, it was not sudden, it was the unveiling of years of hidden preparation. What seemed ordinary was extraordinary training. The sling in his hand was no accident, it was the fruit of secret hours. The Spirit reminds you through the writings of the prophet Isaiah, chapter 45, verse 3. I will give you hidden treasures, riches stored in secret places, so that you may know that I am the Lord, the God of Israel, who summons you by name. Your treasures are not found in crowds, but in solitude, not in applause, but in the secret places where God summons you by name. Hidden preparation feels like lockdown. Doors seem closed. Opportunities slip away. visibility vanishes, and you wonder, has God forgotten me? Yet this is when He is closest. He hides you, not because you are unwanted, but because you are unfinished. Just as a seed must be buried before it breaks forth, you are placed in obscurity, so that roots may grow deep enough to carry the weight of destiny. Moses spent 40 years in Midian, watching sheep. To others, it looked like exile, wasted years, but in truth, it was training ground. There, he learned the desert, the silence, the discipline, so when God called him to lead Israel through the wilderness, he was ready. Without Midian, there would have been no Exodus. Your Midian, too, is not wasted. It is hidden preparation, chosen one. The hidden years are not punishment, but protection. If you were unveiled too soon, the weight of destiny would crush you. The foundation must be deep before the structure rises. Every hidden season is laying stone upon stone, unseen but unshakable. Others may rise quickly and collapse just as quickly, but you will stand because your roots have been buried in secret. Think of Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, thrown into prison. His journey looked like a string of tragedies. Yet in each place, hidden preparation unfolded. In Potiphar's house, he learned administration. In prison, he learned to interpret dreams. By the time Pharaoh summoned him, Joseph was already prepared. The unveiling looked sudden, but it was the fruit of hidden seasons. This is why you must not despise your hiddenness. The silence, the waiting, the seeming insignificance, all are treasures in disguise. The Spirit is shaping you where no one sees, so that when everyone sees, you will not break. Hidden preparation also refines motives. In obscurity, there is no applause to feed pride, no crowd to impress, nor stage to chase. It is just you and God. Here, your heart is tested. Do you serve Him for recognition, or do you serve Him for love? Do you obey when no one claps, or only when the spotlight shines? Obscurity purifies devotion, ensuring that when the platform comes, you remain uncorrupted, chosen one. Hiddenness also teaches you to hear His voice. In noise, it is easy to mistake human echoes for divine whispers, but in silence, His tone becomes unmistakable. This is why He pulls you away from distractions. He is teaching you the sound of His heart, so that when the storm roars, you will still recognize His whisper. And know this, hidden preparation is never forever. Every hidden season has its unveiling. Seeds eventually sprout. Oil eventually overflows. Vessels eventually pour. The timing is not yours to control, but His to determine. When the fullness of time arrives, He will call your name. Open the door, lift the veil, and the world will see what heaven has long been shaping. Chosen one. Remember, Jesus Himself spent 30 hidden years before 3 public ones. 30 years of carpentry, family life, quiet obedience. Only 3 years of miracles and teaching. Yet those 3 years changed the world. The hidden years were not wasted. They were the furnace of preparation. So too, with you. Do not despise the length of your hiddenness. Heaven knows exactly when to unveil you. The lockdown you feel is not absence, but incubation. A child is hidden in the womb before birth, and no one rushes the process. To force unveiling too soon is to risk death. The womb is not rejection, it is protection until the appointed time. In the same way, you are hidden in God's womb of purpose. At the right time, He will birth you into your assignment. Chosen one. Let this truth steady you. Hidden preparation means you are chosen for something greater than now. If God only wanted you for small tasks, quick unveiling would suffice. But because your destiny is weighty, the preparation is thorough. The deeper the calling, the longer the hiddenness, the brighter the light to come, the darker the womb must be. Do not rush out of your hidden season. Do not force doors open before their time. Trust the process, for it is divinely designed. Each delay is protection. Each silence is shaping. Each closed door is a hand shielding you from premature exposure. Lift your eyes. Beloved, you are not forgotten. You are being formed. You are not overlooked. You are being prepared. You are not rejected. You are being refined. The world may not see you yet, but heaven does. The Spirit is at work in secret, writing chapters of your story that will soon be read aloud. When your unveiling comes, it will not be fragile, but firm. It will not be shallow, but deep. It will not fade quickly, but endure eternally, because it was built not on applause, but on covenant, not on haste, but on patience, not on show, but on substance. Chosen one. Rest in your hidden preparation. Embrace the silence. Treasure the obscurity. Lean into the secret place. For the same God who hides you now will reveal you later, and when He does, your unveiling will be unstoppable. Chosen one. There comes a time when the Lord does something unexpected and deeply personal. He enacts what I call the lockdown of the heart. This is not about walls of stone or chains of iron. It is about a divine closing off of affections, désir, and ties that have the power to sabotage your destiny. It is God saying, "This one belongs to me, and I will not allow the heart to be entangled with what drains, corrupts, or distracts." At first, it feels confusing. You may notice relationships that once felt vibrant suddenly lose their pull. Conversations that once excited you now leave you hollow. Invitations you once would have accepted now weigh on your spirit. The shift is not because you are bitter or cold, it is because heaven has touched your heart, locking it away from connections that do not serve your eternal purpose. The psalmist gives voice to this mystery in the book of Psalms, chapter 73, verse 25. "Whom have I in heaven but you, and earth has nothing I desire besides you." This is the essence of the lockdown of the heart, a reorientation of desire until God alone becomes your center. What once competed for affection loses its grip. What once lured you now fades. Chosen one. Many misunderstand this process. They think you are aloof, arrogant, or unfeeling. They may accuse you of withdrawing, but in truth, you are being preserved. God is pruning ties that once entangled, cutting cords that drained your oil, sealing your heart from connections that would dilute your calling. What looks like loss is preservation. What feels like isolation is protection. Consider Samson. His strength was not lost because of a single act, but because his heart was unlocked to Delilah's deception. His downfall was not the Philistines' chains, but his own unguarded affection. The lockdown of your heart is God's safeguard against such snares. He knows the enemy sends counterfeit bonds to weaken you, by closing off your heart. He spares you the wounds that come from misplaced love. Think also of Solomon. His wisdom was unmatched, his kingdom radiant, but his heart was unlocked to foreign loves that drew him away. His downfall was not ignorance, but divided affection. The lockdown of your heart spares you this tragedy. It keeps you undivided, devoted, whole, chosen one. Let me speak to the ache you feel. Yes, it hurts to lose bonds you once cherished. Yes, it stings when people you loved drift away. But you must see with heaven's eyes. Not every hand that holds you is meant to remain. Some were seasonal, some were lessons, some were tests. To cling to what God removes is to resist his preservation. The lockdown of your heart is not cruelty, it is love. Fierce and jealous. This lockdown also protects your destiny from distractions disguised as opportunities. There will be invitations, platforms, alignments that glitter but corrupt. Without the lockdown of your heart, you may be tempted to pursue them, but when your heart is sealed, no matter how appealing the offer, you feel no peace. This holy discomfort is your safeguard. It may cost you opportunities, but it saves you from derailment. Chosen one. The lockdown of the heart is also preparation for deeper intimacy. When God removes competing affections, it is not to leave you barren, but to make room for himself. He is jealous for your love, not because he is insecure, but because he knows only his love can satisfy. Every earthly bond is fragile, every human love conditional, every tie vulnerable to change. But his love is eternal, unshakable, unchanging. When your heart is locked to him, you are anchored in the one affection that cannot fail. This is not to say you will never love others. On the contrary, when your heart is locked to God first, your love for others becomes purer, freer, truer. You no longer love out of neediness or fear, but out of overflow. The lockdown does not make you cold, it makes you whole. It redirects your source from people to God, so that what you give others is not desperation but abundance. Beloved, do not resist the lockdown of your heart. Do not fight to reopen doors God has sealed. Do not cling to relationships he has pruned. Do not mourn ties he has cut. Trust the wisdom behind his hand. Esse snares you cannot. Motives you though not. Futures you cannot imagine. What you see as rejection may be protection. What you call loss may be salvation. This divine lockdown also brings clarity. When your heart is free from false ties, you discern truth more clearly. You recognize counterfeits faster. You feel the weight of destiny more deeply. Distractions lose their glitter, and purpose shines brighter. You walk lighter, freer, stronger, chosen one. This is not an easy season. There will be nights of loneliness, days of questioning, moments of pain, but lean into his presence in those moments. He is not stripping you to leave you empty. He is emptying you to fill you with more of himself. You are not being abandoned, you are being claimed. Picture a garden. For flowers to bloom, weeds must be pulled. For fruit to flourish, branches must be pruned. The lockdown of your heart is God's gardening. He is removing what chokes you so that life may flow freely. Trust his pruning shears. The pain of cutting leads to the joy of harvest. And picture a vault. Inside, Treasures are kept safe, sealed away from thieves and storms. Your heart, chosen by God, is that treasure. By locking it, He guards it. By sealing it, He preserves it. The enemy cannot tamper, and counterfeits cannot steal. Chosen one, lift your eyes from what you lost to what you are gaining. You are gaining purity, clarity, intimacy, preservation. You are being set apart not to diminish your life, but to magnify it. You are being sealed, not for barrenness, but for fruitfulness. When the season shifts, God will unlock your heart again, but only to the right bonds, the right covenant, the right alignments. Until then, rest in His lockdown, trust His jealousy, embrace His pruning, for He knows what you cannot, and His love will never fail you. So let your heart rest, even in its ache. Let your soul breathe, even in its questions. Let your spirit trust, even in its silence, for you are locked away, not in chains, but in covenant, not in prison, but in preservation, not in loss, but in love. Chosen one, the patterns of heaven are not random. They speak, they pulse, they whisper through creation. Sometimes they appear as visions, sometimes as dreams, sometimes even in numbers that cross your path repeatedly until you cannot ignore them. These numbers are not coincidences, they are prophetic signs, divine codes woven into your journey to remind you that God's hand is still guiding your steps. Think of how often Scripture uses numbers as messages. 7 days of creation, 40 days in the wilderness, 12 tribes of Israel, 70 sent out by Jesus. None of these were accidental. Numbers in the Word carry weight, and they still carry weight in your life. They are a reminder that you are walking in divine alignment, that heaven has not lost count of your days, that every moment is measured with precision. It was written in the book of Psalms, chapter 90, verse 12. Teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. When you see patterns, when you notice divine numbers repeating, it is heaven calling you to wake up, to pay attention, to lean into wisdom. Chosen one, many around you dismiss these patterns. They call them superstition or chance. But you know better. You know, the Spirit often whispers through repetition, the number that shows up on the clock at the exact moment you are praying, the sequence that keeps returning on receipts, on signs, in random places. These are divine reminders, not accidents. They are confirmation that you are aligned with something bigger than yourself. God uses numbers to draw your attention because He knows your heart is searching for confirmation. When you feel weary, He places a sign before you. When you feel uncertain, He shows you a pattern. These numbers are like fingerprints, evidence that His hand is near. Evidence that you are seen, that you are not wandering blind. Consider Noah. The flood lasted 40 days and 40 nights. And afterward, the ark rested on the 17th day of the 7th month. Every detail was marked with divine timing. Consider Israel's journey. They marched around Jericho 7 times on the 7th day. Numbers framed their obedience. And when the walls fell, it was not by accident, it was by divine precision. So too with you. Heaven is counting your steps. Your journey is not random. Your struggles are not wasted. Your seasons are not unnoticed. Even the numbers that surface in your daily life are whispers of divine order. Chosen one, Let me tell you why this matters now. We are in an hour of shaking. Systems collapse. Voix confuse. Paths blur. And yet, heaven still speaks clearly to those who listen. Numbers become one way. The Spirit reassures you. You are not lost. You are not alone. You are still aligned with me. You have felt it, haven't you? That sudden awareness when the same number shows up again and again. It stirs something in your spirit. A sense that God is near. Do not dismiss this. Pay attention. Pray into it. Ask Him what He is saying. These signs are invitations into deeper intimacy, not just curiosities. The patterns are not magic, they are messages. They are not for superstition, but for revelation. They do not replace Scripture, but confirm it. They do not control you, but comfort you. The enemy counterfeits these things through numerology and distortion, but you must not throw away the genuine because of the counterfeit. God is the originator, and His patterns are pure. Chosen one. Let me give you a prophetic act right now. If you have read this far, it is not by chance. Heaven has drawn you into this moment. I invite you to declare your alignment by commenting the number 111. Why 111? Because it is a sign of divine unity and clarity. One God, one faith, one devotion. When you declare 111, you are saying, I align fully with God's oneness. I choose undivided devotion. I walk in the clarity of His light. Do not dismiss this as a casual act. When you write 111, you are agreeing in spirit with heaven's order. You are marking yourself as one who chooses foundation over chaos, truth over lies, covenant over compromise. It is a seal of unity in divided times. Think of it like placing a stone on an altar. Abraham built altars not because God needed them, but because they were markers, reminders of covenant. When you type 111, you are laying a stone on your altar, saying, Here I declare, I am aligned with God's unity and truth. End of 2. Chosen one. There is power in prophetic numbers because there is power in agreement. Heaven marks. Earth responds. And your words become a bridge. Even if no one else understands, heaven hears. Angels, take note. And your spirit strengthens. Remember, you are not random. You are counted, numbered, sealed. Jesus said that even the hairs of your head are numbered. If heaven counts what falls daily, how much more will it count the steps of your destiny? Nothing in your journey is overlooked. Every tear is recorded. Every sacrifice remembered. Every prayer stored. You are moving within divine precision. Lift your eyes. Beloved, the patterns you see are invitations. Do not fear them. Do not dismiss them, but lean into them with discernment and gratitude. Let them remind you that heaven is near, that your path is aligned, that your foundation is secure. Comment 111, and let it be your prophetic stone, your altar of agreement, your seal of alignment. Then walk forward knowing this: the same God who orders the stars and numbers the sands has also ordered your steps. You are not lost. You are aligned. You are chosen. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and feel the weight of this truth. You are walking through a battlefield where souls are at stake. Every word you speak, every choice you make, every step you take carries eternal consequence. And yet, In this great war of light and darkness, you are not left unarmed. Heaven equips you, surrounds you, and sustains you. But just as every soldier must tend to their armor, sharpen their blade, and keep the fire in their camp burning, so too must you tend to the well of strength that sustains this mission. And part of that is learning to join hands with others, to sustain the fire together, so that no soldier fights alone and no flame flickers out in the cold night of battle. The Word of God declares in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 9, "Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor." This principle is not only about companionship, but about covenant partnership, standing together, carrying burdens together, tending the same fire together. Think of a lantern. Alone, the flame may burn for a while, but without fresh oil, it dims. Yet when many bring oil, the light grows stronger, brighter, more enduring. That is what happens when you like, when you share, when you subscribe, when you even donate. You are bringing oil to the lantern, ensuring the flame does not die, but shines further into the darkness. When you press like, it is not merely a tap of the finger. It is as though you are saying, "I place a piece of wood upon this fire." The flame grows, not only warming you, but warming others who come near. When you share, you are carrying the torch beyond your circle. Picture a traveler in a forest at night, stumbling, lost, afraid, and then, from far away, a light appears. Someone shared the torch. That single act can redirect a life, can save a soul from the cliffs of despair. Sharing is not digital noise, it is passing fire through the night. When you subscribe, beloved, it is like planting your tent near the fire. You are saying, "This is where I will return, night after night, to be warmed, to be fed, to be strengthened." Subscribing is not about numbers, it is about covenant connection. You are deciding, "This well is where I will draw water again." No. And when you donate, hear me carefully, when you give from your heart, it is like laying wood upon the altar of God. In the days of old, the priests had one holy duty: to ensure the fire on the altar never went out. Every sacrifice kept it burning. Your generosity does the same. It keeps the altar of truth ablaze so that countless souls can still come and be lit by it. Chosen one. These acts may seem small, but heaven does not measure as men measure. The widow's 2 coins outweighed the treasures of the wealthy because her heart was in them. So too, your simple act of support, whether a like, a share, a subscription, or a gift, becomes weighty in heaven's scale. It may look like a drop to you, but heaven multiplies it into rivers that water dry lands. Think of a vineyard. A single hand cannot tend it, but when many laborers work together, pruning, watering, harvesting, the vineyard flourishes. What we are building here is like such a vineyard. The words are the vines. The Spirit is the rain. But your acts of support are the tending hands. Together, the fruit multiplies. Together, the harvest comes. And do not forget, every like, every share, every donation is not only sowing into this moment, it is sowing into eternity. Seeds placed in God's soil never remain small. They break forth. They multiply. They produce fruit you may never see with your eyes, but will rejoice over in eternity. Chosen one. Picture this. Somewhere across the world, a soul is on the edge of despair. They are about to give up. But then, because you shared, because you gave, because you kept the fire burning, that soul hears a word, sees a light, feels a touch of hope, and instead of falling, they rise. Instead of quitting, they endure. Instead of dying, they live. That is the unseen power of your act. This is why I speak to you with sincerity, with no manipulation. Your participation matters, not for numbers, not for vanity, but for souls, for fire, for eternity. Each act is like a stone in the foundation of a great temple God is building. Your stone matters. Without it, the wall is weaker. With it, the wall stands stronger. Beloved, do not underestimate what you carry. You are not just a listener, you are a keeper of the flame, a bearer of oil, a builder of the wall. When you step forward, the entire remnant strengthens. When you hold back, a gap appears. This is why heaven presses on your heart, not to spectate, but to participate. And remember, when you give, you do not lose. No one who lays wood on God's altar ever leaves empty-handed. The God who multiplies loaves and fishes, the God who fills jars with oil, the God who rains manna from heaven is still the same today. Whatever you sow, He multiplies. Whatever you release, He returns with increase, not always in the same form, but always in the same faithfulness. Chosen one, hear my heart. This is not about pressure. This is about invitation. You are invited to join in tending the fire, in watering the vineyard, in building the altar. You are invited to become part of something larger than yourself, something that stretches beyond your lifetime into eternity. So as you walk forward, ask yourself, what wood can I place on the fire today? What seed can I plant in the vineyard? What stone can I lay on the altar? Your act, no matter how small, will echo into eternity. And take courage, because you are not giving into emptiness. You are fueling a fire that countless souls will warm themselves by. You are sowing into a harvest that generations will eat from. You are laying stones into a temple that will shine with eternal glory. Chosen one, let your heart be moved. Do not hold back your flame, your oil, your stone. Place it upon the altar and watch as heaven breathes upon it. Together, the fire will blaze. Together, the vineyard will flourish. Together, the temple will rise. And in the end, the glory will belong not to men, but to God alone. Chosen one, this is a moment where silence is dangerous. You cannot afford to stay hidden in the crowd, watching, nodding, but never declaring. The kingdom of heaven is not advanced by silent agreement, but by bold confession. Every chosen one must open their mouth, release their voice, and mark their allegiance. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 10, verse 10, "For it is with your heart that you believe and are justified, and it is with your mouth that you profess your faith and are saved." Notice this belief begins in the heart, but it is sealed with the mouth. Silence leaves things unfinished. Declaration completes them. The enemy thrives in silence. He loves when you agree quietly but never speak, because what is unspoken remains fragile. But once you declare, Once you release your words into the atmosphere, the chains break. The heavens record, and the spiritual realm shifts. This is why the enemy wants to silence you. And this is why you must speak. Chosen one, your words are not just sounds, they are weapons. When David faced Goliath, he did not only sling a stone, he first declared, "This day the Lord will deliver you into my hand." His words went before his actions, framing the victory that was to come. So too, with you, your declaration paves the way for your breakthrough. Think of walls. Jericho's walls did not fall by strategy or force, but by sound. The shout of faith brought them down. Your words carry the same power. You may feel they are small, but in the unseen realm, they thunder. Heaven hears. Angels respond, and darkness trembles when you speak in alignment with God's truth. And so, chosen one, I ask you now to do a prophetic act. Do not hesitate. Do not delay. Type these 3 words in the comments. I choose light. Now, why this phrase? Because it is short, clear, unshakable. It cuts through confusion. It is you declaring, I will not mingle with shadows. I will not waver between 2 opinions. I choose the light of God, and I stand in it now. Oh, when you type, I choose light, you silence the whispers of hesitation. You shut the doors to compromise. You remind your own soul where you stand. And you proclaim to heaven and earth that your allegiance is clear. Do not underestimate this act. The Spirit moves when faith and words meet. Heaven does not dismiss your comment as pixels. It records it as covenant. It becomes a testimony in the courts of heaven. Evidence that you stood when others wavered. That you declared when others hid. Chosen one, perhaps you feel unworthy to make such a declaration. Perhaps you feel weak, inconsistent, fragile. Hear me. Your worthiness is not the foundation of your declaration. His grace is. You are not declaring your own strength. You are declaring your alignment with His. And when you stand in His light, your weakness is covered. Your fragility is strengthened. Your inconsistencies are steadied. Remember Peter. He denied Jesus 3 times. Yet when the Spirit filled him, he stood before thousands and declared boldly. His past failure did not silence his present declaration. So too with you. Your past cannot disqualify your present. Yes, Allah, beloved. Your voice carries more weight than you realize. When you type, I choose light, others will see it and be stirred. Someone who felt hesitant will be encouraged. Someone who felt alone will be strengthened. Someone who was wavering will take courage to stand. Your words become a spark that lights another's flame. This is why heaven presses you now. Do not be silent. Declare. For silence in this hour is dangerous, but declaration is deliverance. Chosen one, do you see the beauty of this? The light you choose is not fragile, it is eternal. It is the same light that shattered darkness in Genesis when God spoke, "Let there be light." It is the same light that led Israel by pillar through the wilderness. It is the same light that blinded Saul on the road to Damascus and turned him into Paul. That same light is what you are choosing, aligning with, standing in. Do not waver. Do not doubt. The choice is clear, and the declaration is simple. I choose light. It is not poetic, not complicated, but powerful. Sometimes the greatest declarations are the simplest ones. Beloved, After you declare, live it. Let your choices echo your words. Let your steps reflect your stand. Do not hide your light under a basket. Shine it boldly, even if it draws resistance, even if it costs comfort, for light that hides is no longer light. But light that shines transforms everything around it. And know this, when you choose light, darkness loses its claim, fear loosens its grip, chains begin to break. You may not see it instantly, but in the unseen realm, a shift happens. You have aligned with heaven's decree, and nothing can undo it. Chosen one, the world is in desperate need of light bearers. Shadows creep, deception spreads, despair thickens, but one flame can ignite many, and your declaration, though it feels small, can spark a wildfire of courage, hope, and faith. So take your stand now. Do not wait for tomorrow. Do not wait for a better moment. The moment is now. The heavens lean close. The Spirit nudges your heart, and eternity waits for your voice. Declare it boldly. Write it clearly. Let the unseen realm hear it. I choose light. That oak, and then walk forward with confidence. You have chosen well. You are aligned. You are marked. And no shadow can withstand the brilliance of the light you carry. Chosen one. There are seasons when God presses pause on your outward journey to awaken you inwardly. These seasons often feel heavy, still, even suffocating, like a sudden lockdown, not on the outside, but deep in your spirit. You sense doors closing, opportunities drying up, relationships fading, and you wonder why. But in truth, heaven is orchestrating silence so that you may hear what you would otherwise miss. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." Stillness is not inactivity, it is divine attentiveness. It is God quieting your movements so that you may hear His heartbeat. In these still seasons, everything superficial begins to peel away. Distractions that once occupied your mind fall silent. Achievements lose their shine. Crowds vanish. And in the echo of emptiness, you begin to discover what truly matters. The noise of the world may have drowned His whisper before, but now you are positioned to hear it more clearly. Chosen one. Many resist these pauses. They fear silence. They fight stillness. They run toward activity just to avoid the weight of reflection. But running does not solve it. Until you yield, the pressure will remain. Until you surrender, the silence will deepen. God is jealous for your undivided attention, and He will use lockdown seasons to strip away everything that competes for it. Think of Elijah at Mount Horeb. He did not hear God in the wind, nor in the earthquake, nor in the fire. He heard Him in the gentle whisper. If Elijah had run from stillness, he would have missed it. So too, with you. The whisper requires quiet. The revelation requires stillness. Do not despise the inner lockdowns. They are not punishment, but preservation. God is not rejecting you. He is refining you. He is not cutting you off. He is drawing you close. He is silencing lesser voices, so you may finally recognize His. In this hidden chamber, He begins to heal the wounds you buried beneath busyness. He surfaces the pains you ignored, the disappointments you suppressed, the fears you denied. He does this not to shame you, but to cleanse you. What you refuse to face, you cannot overcome. But when His light shines on those hidden places, healing flows. Chosen one. Stillness also births vision. In constant motion, you cannot see clearly, but in rest, in reflection, in silence, the Spirit opens your eyes to future horizons. Abraham was told to look at the stars when all seemed barren. Isaiah was given visions in the year King Uzziah died. When the nation felt unstable, John wrote Revelation on the island of Patmos. Exiled and alone, lockdowns of life often become launch pads of vision. This is why you must not despise these moments. They are not wasted, they are wombs of revelation. God is planting seeds in your spirit that will later bloom into assignment. The silence of now becomes the clarity of tomorrow. But stillness is not easy. It feels uncomfortable, even painful. When activity slows, anxieties rise. When crowds thin, loneliness grows. But remember, He is present even in the ache. Do not mistake the silence of heaven for the absence of God. The teacher is always silent during the test, but his silence never means abandonment. Chosen one. Understand this mystery. Before every unveiling, there is always a lockdown. Before Joseph rose to power, he was locked in prison. Before Daniel interpreted dreams, he was locked in Babylon. Before Jesus resurrected, he was locked in a tomb. Silence precedes resurrection. Stillness precedes release. What feels like an ending is often a beginning in disguise. Even creation testifies to this. Seeds are locked in soil before sprouting. Caterpillars are locked in cocoons before transforming. Oceans are still before storms release. Lockdown precedes breakthrough. Your pause is not permanent, it is preparation. Chosen one. Lean into the stillness. Instead of resisting, embrace it. Instead of running, remain. Ask Him, what are you saying in this silence? What are you healing in this stillness? What are you planting in this pause? When you ask, He will reveal. He may remind you of forgotten dreams. He may convict you of hidden compromises. He may comfort you in secret sorrows. He may speak words of destiny you were too distracted to hear before. Whatever He reveals will shape your next steps. And take comfort, this inner lockdown will not last forever. The tomb is not permanent. The cocoon is not endless. The soil does not bury forever. At the appointed time, the stone rolls away. The wings unfold. The sprout emerges. And when you rise, you will not be the same. You will be refined, clarified, and strengthened. Chosen one. When the silence ends, you will carry something the noise could never give. You will walk with a deeper authority because you learn to hear His whisper. You will stand with unshakable clarity because you endured the pause. You will shine with brighter light because you let Him strip away the shadows within. So do not despise your inner lockdown. Treasure it. Lean into it. For it is heaven's way of shaping you for what is coming. Soon, the silence will end. Soon, the trumpet will sound. Soon, the unveiling will come, and you will step out, carrying glory that could only be birthed in the quiet. Chosen one, hear this. Your pause is not punishment, it is preparation. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fullness waiting to unfold. Your silence is not abandonment, it is intimacy in disguise. Trust the process. Embrace the pause. Yield to the silence, for when it ends, you will rise, transformed, unstoppable, uncheckable, unbreakable. Chosen one, the Spirit is revealing a sobering truth for this hour. Not every storm is sent to destroy you. Many storms are allowed to expose what cannot remain hidden. Storms are divine X-rays, pulling back the surface to reveal the foundations beneath. They do not lie. Whatever is shallow collapses, whatever is deep endures. We see this echoed in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 25. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock. The storm did not create the weakness or the strength of the house, it revealed what was already there. So it is with your life. Chosen one. Storms expose. They strip away facades, peel back illusions, and reveal the true state of the heart. They show you where you trusted in sand instead of stone, where you leaned on flesh instead of spirit, where you built quickly instead of deeply. This revelation may sting, but it is mercy, because what is exposed can still be rebuilt, restored, redeemed. Storms also purify. Rain washes away dust. Floods clear the land. Winds uproot what should never have grown. When the storm rages in your life, see not only the chaos, but also the cleansing. What you thought was loss may be God's way of clearing space for new growth. What you thought was destruction may actually be deliverance. Consider Jonah. The storm that engulfed him was not sent to kill him, but to redirect him. It was the mercy of God, not his wrath, that stirred the waves. Without the storm, Jonah would have continued in rebellion. With the storm, he was thrown back into the center of God's will. Some storms come not to end you, but to turn you. Consider the disciples on the Sea of Galilee. The storm terrified them, yet it became the stage where Jesus revealed his authority over wind and waves. Without the storm, they would never have known that even creation bows at his word. So too, your storm is not only for testing, it is for revelation. You will see sides of his power, his protection, his provision that calm seasons could never show you. Chosen one. Storms are also training grounds. Soldiers are not made in sunshine, but in battle. Faith is not forged in comfort, but in conflict. Trust is not proven when skies are clear, but when clouds gather dark. When you endure storms, you are being trained for greater assignments. Endurance builds resilience. Resilience breeds authority. Authority equips you to lead others through storms of their own. Yet storms are not easy. They strip away control. They shake your security. They test your endurance. But hear this, you are not abandoned in the storm. The same God who sent his Son to walk on water, the same Christ who slept peacefully in the boat, the same Spirit who hovers over chaos in Genesis, he is with you in every gust of wind, in every crashing wave. Chosen one. There is another mystery here. Sometimes the storm rages not outside you, but inside you. Thoughts swirl. Doubts rise. Fears roar louder than thunder. These inner storms can be more suffocating than outer ones. But just as he calmed the sea, he also calms the soul. His word, peace, be still, is not bound to geography. It echoes into the chambers of your heart. Do not fear your storms. Face them with faith. Declare his promises in the midst of waves. Anchor your hope in his word. Let your roots die deeper into his presence. For storms will pass, but the strength you gain in them will remain. Chosen one, understand this too. Storms separate. They reveal who is truly for you and who is not. Fair weather companions vanish when the winds rise. Only covenant partners remain. This too is mercy. Better to see clearly in the storm than to be deceived in the calm. Storms also strip idols. Whatever you cling to apart from God is shaken loose. Wealth cannot stop the waves. Status cannot silence the winds. Only Christ can calm the storm. When you see this clearly, you are freed from false securities and anchored in eternal truth. Beloved, storms may look chaotic, but in heaven's eyes, they are ordered. Nothing touches you without passing through his hands. No wave rises without his permission. And every storm has a limit. He sets its boundaries. It may rage, but it cannot consume you. It may shake, but it cannot shatter you. The prophet Isaiah declared, chapter 43, verse 2, "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you." Notice, he does not promise you will avoid the waters, but he promises you will not drown. You will pass through. You will endure. You will rise. Chosen one. Lift your eyes above the storm. Do not fixate on the waves. Look to the one who walks upon them. Peter only sank when he shifted his gaze from Jesus to the wind. The storm did not drown him. Fear did. Keep your eyes fixed on Christ. And the waves that once threatened to consume you will become the very ground you walk upon. And remember this promise: after every storm, there is always a clearing. Clouds part. Sunlight returns. The air feels fresher. The ground greener. The sky clearer. So it will be in your life. After the storm, you will see blessings you could not have imagined. Clarity you could not have gained. Fruit you could not have borne without the rain. Chosen one. Storms are temporary, but their fruit is eternal. Let the winds teach you endurance. Let the rains wash you clean. Let the thunder remind you of his power, and let the clearing remind you of his faithfulness. You will not drown. You will not be destroyed. You will not be abandoned. You will pass through. And on the other side, you will stand stronger, brighter, and more unshakable than before. So fear not the storm. Embrace its lessons. Trust its purpose. For the same God who allows it also commands it. And when he speaks, the winds must bow, the waves must still, and peace must reign. Chosen one. As the days grow darker and the shaking intensifies, you are being summoned into a deeper awareness of spiritual authority. You were never designed merely to survive the chaos. You were chosen to stand in it, to command light in the midst of shadows, to embody stability when everything else trembles. This authority is not from yourself. It flows from the one who marked you, sealed you, and appointed you for this very hour. The ancient words recorded in Luke, chapter 10, verse 19, remind you, "I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you." Notice, chosen one. The promise is not that the snakes and scorpions will disappear, but that under your feet they cannot prevail. The presence of opposition does not mean absence of authority. In fact, opposition reveals the power that has been entrusted to you. You have walked through valleys where fear whispered louder than faith. You have stood before walls that seemed immovable. You have faced voices that tried to convince you that you were powerless. Yet here you are, still standing. And why? Because deep within you, there is an authority that cannot be crushed by circumstance. It is not fragile, not human, not conditional. It is divine, chosen one. Authority is not a feeling, it is a position. You may feel weak, but you are seated with Christ in heavenly places. You may feel overwhelmed, but in the Spirit, you carry the scepter of victory. Authority is not about volume or display, it is about knowing who you are and whose you are. When you know, the enemy knows. Think of Moses before Pharaoh. By human eyes, he was a shepherd, untrained in politics, carrying nothing but a staff. Pharaoh had armies, riches, power, yet heaven's authority rested on Moses, and his staff carried weight greater than every chariot in Egypt. The difference was not in appearances, but in backing. Pharaoh stood in his throne, Moses stood in God. That is the same difference you carry. Chosen one. The enemy fears you, not because of your strength, but because of your alignment. Light terrifies darkness, not because it shouts, but because it shines. A single flame in a cavern makes shadows flee, not by force, but by nature. In the same way, when you walk in the authority of God, your very presence unsettles the enemy's schemes. But authority must be exercised. A sword that is never drawn cannot cut. A decree that is never spoken cannot stand. Many chosen ones live beneath their authority because they remain silent, passive, or doubtful. Do not let this be you. When storms rage, speak peace. When lies whisper, declare truth. When chains bind, command freedom. Your words are not empty. They carry the weight of heaven. Chosen one. Authority is also maintained through obedience. Authority without submission is illusion. Jesus carried all authority, yet he said he only did what the Father told him. His authority was rooted in alignment. So too with you, when you remain under God's covering, your authority remains unshakable. Step outside, and you expose yourself. Stay aligned, and you remain unstoppable. This is why the enemy tempts you not only to sin, but to compromise. He knows disobedience weakens authority. He cannot steal what God gave, but he can trick you into laying it down. Do not give him that foothold. Guard your obedience as fiercely as you guard your faith. For obedience is the fortress where authority is preserved. Chosen one. You must also understand the weight of what your authority is meant to do. It is not for domination, not for pride, not for control. It is for protection, intercession, deliverance. You are called to stand in the gap, to push back darkness not only for yourself, but for others. Your authority is a shield for the weak, a covering for the vulnerable, a voice for the voiceless. Think of Esther. She did not wield a sword, yet her authority saved a nation. Think of Daniel. He did not lead armies, yet his prayers shifted empires. Think of Paul. His chains could not silence his authority. His letters still shake the earth today. Authority is not limited by circumstance. It transcends it. Chosen one. There will be moments where you feel the weight of the battle more intensely, night seasons, when dreams feel heavy, when opposition presses in, when doubts grow loud. Do not forget in those moments that you carry authority, even in the dark. Speak aloud His promises. Declare His word over your house, your mind, your family. Resist the enemy, and he will flee. The darkness may press, but it cannot prevail. The Spirit spoke through James, chapter 4, verse 7. Submit yourselves, then, to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Notice again, resistance is not passive, it is active. It is choosing not to bow to fear, not to surrender to lies, not to yield to compromise. Every act of resistance reinforces your authority. Chosen one. You are not merely surviving in this battle, you are advancing. You carry a mantle that disrupts darkness. This is why attacks come. The enemy fears your rising. But the very fact of opposition is proof of the authority within you. Do not retreat. Do not shrink back. Stand firm. Wield your authority, and know that heaven backs you. And when you feel weary, remember you are not alone. Angels surround you. The Spirit empowers you. Christ intercedes for you. Your authority is never exercised in isolation. It is upheld by the entire weight of heaven's kingdom. Chosen one. As this world shakes and systems crumble, men and women will look for voices of stability, lights of clarity, anchors of hope. That is what you are being prepared to be. Not just a survivor, but a commander. Not just a witness, but a carrier of authority. When others collapse, you will stand. When others doubt, you will declare. When others fear, you will shine. So walk forward boldly. Do not question if you have authority, you do. Do not wonder if you are enough. You are chosen. Do not hesitate when the moment demands a voice. Speak. For heaven has placed words of power in your mouth. Chosen one. You are not fragile. You are not abandoned. You are not powerless. You are marked with authority, sealed with destiny, and appointed for this hour. Rise into it. Wield it. Walk in it. For the one who called you is faithful, and his authority in you cannot fail. Chosen one. You have walked through valleys of shadow. You have endured nights of silence. You have faced storms and tests that threatened to undo you. Yet, here you stand. Every chapter of your journey was not by accident, but by design. Every trial, every tear, every sudden lockdown was shaping you into the vessel you were always meant to be. This is the unveiling, the moment where the fullness of your calling begins to emerge. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. These are not the words of someone who lived free of hardship, but of someone who overcame hardship through faith. And so it will be with you. You will look back and see not defeat but testimony, not collapse but endurance, not shame but glory. Chosen one. Understand this: the sudden lockdowns, the storms, the silences, the separations, they were never designed to break you. They were designed to prepare you. What you saw as delay was divine timing. What you felt as loss was sacred pruning. What you feared as endings were, in truth, beginnings. Every step carried purpose. Every moment carried heaven's fingerprint. The lockdowns taught you reliance not on systems, not on people, not on fleeting securities, but on the rock that cannot be shaken. The storms taught you authority, that you carry a voice that can speak peace into chaos. The silences taught you intimacy, that the whisper of God is worth more than the applause of men. The battles taught you resilience, that greater is He who is in you than he who is in the world. Chosen one. This world will shake again. The warnings of heaven are not idle. Sudden events, unexpected turns, disruptions to nations and systems, these things will come. But you, sealed by His hand, will not crumble. You are being fashioned into a pillar, a lighthouse, a torchbearer in the midst of storms. Others will scatter, but you will stand. Others will faint, but you will endure. Others will despair, but you will shine. You must carry this mantle, not with pride, but with humility. Authority without humility corrupts, but authority with humility transforms. You are not exalted to dominate, but to serve. Not lifted to boast, but to shelter others beneath your covering. The crown on your head is not made of gold, but of responsibility. And yet, it is glorious, for it shines with the reflection of the King who gave it. Chosen one. Your calling is not small. It stretches beyond your life into generations. What you plant now will bloom long after you are gone. What you build now will shelter others you may never meet. What you declare now will echo through eternity. This is why you have faced so much resistance. The enemy fears not just who you are, but the legacy you will leave. Lift your eyes and see the bigger picture. You are part of a tapestry woven across centuries. Prophets before you laid threads. Martyrs before you shed blood. Intercessors before you sowed prayers. And now, you step into the story not as a spectator, but as a participant. Heaven watches. The cloud of witnesses cheers. And the spirit within you burns with holy fire. Chosen one. Do not shrink back. Do not apologize for the mantle you carry. Do not silence the voice God has awakened in you. Walk forward boldly, for you are not alone. The same God who called Abraham out of Ur, the same God who parted the sea for Moses, the same God who raised Christ from the grave, that same God walks with you now. And those sudden lockdowns may come again, whether in the world around you or in the chambers of your heart. Fear not, for every lockdown is temporary, but your destiny is eternal. Every prison has a midnight where songs rise and chains fall. Every tomb has a morning where stones roll away and life bursts forth. Every wilderness has a Jordan where promises are entered. What feels like confinement today will one day be remembered as the place of your greatest transformation. Chosen one. The world may never fully understand you. You were not made to blend in. You were set apart, marked, sealed. The whispers of doubt, the accusations of men, the misunderstandings of those around you, these are the price of being chosen. But remember this, rejection by men often signals selection by God. Do not crave the approval of the crowd when you already carry the favor of the King. And now, hear this final charge. Walk in purity. Walk in power. Walk in purpose. Guard your heart, for it is the wellspring of life. Sharpen your discernment, for deception will increase. Strengthen your faith, for storms will rage. And above all, keep your eyes on the one who chose you, For as long as your gaze is fixed on Him, you will never stumble beyond recovery, never fall beyond mercy, never stray beyond grace. Beloved, let your spirit rise. Let your shoulders straighten. Let your voice be steady. You are not ordinary, not replaceable, not forgotten. You are a chosen one, destined to carry light in an age of darkness, truth in an age of confusion, hope in an age of despair. The mantle rests on you. Now wear it well. Carry this message in your heart. You are chosen. You are sealed. You are unstoppable. And those sudden lockdowns may come again. They are but shadows before the dawn of glory that awaits you. Chosen one, if you have walked with me through this entire journey, then you already know. This was never just words on a page or sounds in the air. It was a divine summons, a prophetic charge, a holy reminder that your life carries eternal weight. Now, as we close this sacred script, I ask you to pause and reflect. What will you do with the fire that has been placed in your hands? The flame is alive, but flames need tending. A single candle can push back darkness in one room, but 1,000 candles can light up an entire city. And this is where your part matters, not only in receiving the light, but in spreading it. When you like, you are not simply pressing a button, you are striking a match, keeping the flame visible so others can find it. Think of it as adding oil to a lamp. Every like is a drop of oil, ensuring the flame does not flicker out, but shines brighter, reaching further into places where shadows linger. When you share, it is as though you are carrying a torch into another village, another house, another heart. Somewhere right now, someone you may never meet is stumbling in confusion, wrestling in silence, crying in the dark. Your act of sharing may be the very thing that places light into their hands. It may feel small to you, but to them, it could be life-saving. When you comment, you are not only engaging, you are building an altar. Words have power. Your testimony, your declaration, even your simple "Amen" or "I receive this" becomes a stone placed on an altar of agreement. These words encourage others, strengthen the community, and remind you yourself that you have chosen to stand in the light. When you subscribe, it is like planting your tent near the fire. You are saying, "This is where I will return to be fed, to be warmed, to be strengthened." Subscribing is not about numbers, it is about covenant. It is about anchoring yourself to a stream of life that will continue to pour into you when storms come again. And when you donate, hear me clearly, it is not about money. It is about sacrifice. In the ancient days, priests ensured that the fire on the altar never went out by continually bringing offerings. In the same way, your giving is wood on the fire. It is your way of saying, "I will not only receive from this flame, I will ensure it burns for others too." And heaven always honors sacrifice. A seed sown into God's altar never remains a seed. It multiplies into harvests, seen and unseen, blessings for you and for others you may never know. Beloved, I speak this not with pressure, but with sincerity. This is a partnership, a joining of hands, a weaving of threads into one great tapestry. You are not just a listener, you are a co-builder, a co-laborer in this mission. Together, we make sure that the fire never dims, the voice never silences, the message never dies in the shadows. So let me ask you, Will you place wood on this altar today? Will you add oil to this lamp? Will you carry the torch into another soul's darkness? If so, then like, share, comment, subscribe. Give whatever the Spirit presses on your heart. Every act counts. Every act echoes in eternity. For in the end, this is not about me, not about platforms, not about algorithms. This is about souls, about fire, about eternity. And you, chosen one, are part of it. So rise into your calling, not only by hearing, but by doing. Not only by receiving, but by giving. Not only by standing alone, but by linking arms with the remnant. Together, the fire will not fade. Together, the vineyard will not wither. Together, the light will not be hidden. Step forward now. Light the fire. Build the altar. Carry the torch. For you are chosen, and the time is now.